I accidentally hit the button, so go ahead.
Go now? Right now.
Yeah, now. Like right now.
Hey, everybody. The Geeky Gamer Podcast. Woo! Nobody's wooing. Everyone woo. Woo!
Woo.
Tonight we got Michael Farmer as our guest. It's going to be awesome.
How's it going?
And sexy and great. That's what it's going to be. We wanted to thank a whole bunch of people once this little video thing changes.
It happened.
Oh, has it already happened?
You
When I watch it, there's a delay. Hey, thanks, Patreon. Tim Roberts, Daniel Holker, Nostalgic, Kicking Ass, keeping us in business. If you want to jump on the Patreon, it's patreon.com/DreadLore. So get on that and such. Wanted to thank Couchfire Media Productions. Yeah, Couchfire Media Productions. All this beautiful stuffs you're seeing. That's Couchfire Media. Pretty awesome. Hey, Trois Reblay, those guys. Whoever they are. Story people.
Things. Get us canceled.
Geeky. The Geeky Gamer Podcast. What is it about? You're going to find out. We've been talking about geeky gamer shit. Music, film, philosophy. Whole bunch of stuff that everybody wants to hear about. Hey, Holker. Who's our sponsor tonight?
Tonight's sponsor is the home or room heating device that is more than likely preventing our deaths.
Cold out there.
Thank you very much. Heat. I'm in California. It's Southern California.
In Mike's old neighborhood.
Oh, really? Yeah.
All
right, let's do a little bit of introductions. Mike, we're going to go with you last. Hey, Ken, who are you?
I am mostly water. Some say maybe 60% water, maybe more, maybe less. Holker would know because Holker knows every single gosh darn thing. I am a gaming enthusiast. More recently, I played video games in the past, non-professionally. I was a professional journalist. I was a filmmaker. Am a filmmaker. I filmed.
Still are a filmmaker.
Is a filmmaker, and I care about the world around.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Hey, Holker, who are you?
My name is Daniel Holker, and I had a 2-liter bottle of Shasta Cola in my apartment closet for 10 years.
Did you really?
Yep.
Shasta. You know, it's not awful. It's not awful. Shasta. Hey, Mike.
Mine was.
Who are you, Mike?
Hi, my name is Mike Farmer, and I'm the guest on the podcast tonight.
That's right. So I've got a whole slew of questions, but as it turns out, Ken knows you a lot better. I think he should probably take over from this point.
Okay, yeah. No, I gotcha. Mike, I met Mike in health class a million years ago. We learned CPR together. It was great.
You learned CPR in health?
Or, CPR class, whatever. It was an elective.
That's actually useful. That's actually
some classes will teach it.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Bill Allen says, hey.
It was specifically health. Or CPR. It was specifically CPR.
That's badass.
Health elective.
That's badass.
Wow. We practice a lot of Heimlich maneuver on each other and all the different
Fast fact about the Heimlich maneuver.
That's how we got to know each other intimately. He mentioned at the time that he was a musician, and I didn't go to see a show that I wanted to go to that we're not going to talk about tonight. And so since then, Mike was a band that I did a music video for. One of my first music videos ever. He was in a band called Mr. Neutron. He was the whole band. It was just himself. And then he was...
Talk to me about Mr. Neutron.
Yeah, epic, incredible band. Very, very wonderful music. Then he moved out to Los Angeles and did a whole bunch of stuff out there. Lived in the Valley, probably your next door or near where you live now. He was on a game show on Comedy Central as a geek. He was a roadie for some bands. He did a bunch of stuff out there, and then came back and formed one of my favorite bands of all time, Technology versus Horse. And
we've talked about that.
Yeah, we've done a number of bands. I think there was a band before Technology versus Horse called Kentucky Prophet. Yes. Just really creative and eclectic. And I'm a fan, so it's like, what? I got a podcast. I want to put this guy in the podcast and get him some airtime, get him to talk. He's got a really interesting story. Let my roommate
people go
for a long time stay on his couch in LA. Let me stay on his couch in LA for a minute. I don't think I ever stayed there, but too hot. Part of the reason I don't like the Valley, it's too hot.
Extremely hot.
But yeah,
yes.
Mike is great. He's quite cool individual, that very creative.
Well,
that sounds great.
Talks me up. He's
talked you up.
I think
He's shot you into space. You better live up to it now.
I don't know if I'm capable of.
You are capable. It's possible. I do want to hear something really quick though. Holker, tell me about the Heimlich maneuver.
I was about to say, Dr. Heimlich claimed to have
real
used. Guy? Yeah, that's how the maneuver got its name.
I thought it was from the root of Heim and the suffix "lick."
Dr. Heimlich.
No. Come on, that was funny. That was.
He claimed to have first actually used his maneuver when he was 93 years old in a senior living center.
Really? He was 92, 93?
93, I think. He was in his 90s. He claimed to have used it the first time, despite having come up with it, I guess, decades earlier. There's some dispute over if he actually did or not, but that was his claim, and he only died in 2016.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
How old was he when he died?
1,000.
Probably near 100, but I don't know.
Dude, I thought the Heimlich had been around since like Julius Caesar or some shit.
Nope.
You know, it sounds like a Roman name.
Dr. Heimlich.
I
need the Heimlich maneuver.
Mike, if you haven't noticed, I am.
You don't want to do it. Yeah,
I'm here to agent. I'm an agent of chaos, and we're not going to get a lot done.
You don't want to do the Heimlich maneuver on people that are that old. You'll break some ribs, or you got to be really careful.
I think
I was told by the guy that taught me CPR way back in the day that if you ever have to resort to the Heimlich or any sort of CPR-like maneuver, that ribs are just going to get broken. There's a good chance.
Mike, you were in a health class apparently that taught you the Heimlich. No, taught you CPR.
Yeah.
They just didn't do the Heimlich. Fuck the Heimlich.
I think they were both in it.
A Heimlich, but I now off the top of my head, I'm remembering that like if you have to do like CPR and resuscitative breathing to like a baby or a small child, you obviously can't do it with the amount of pressure you would like a full-grown adult. Like instead of being like, you'd have to do like a couple of like maybe a couple like 2 or 3 like fingers to press like down with smaller, because you could like crush the child.
I was always taught, because I'm from Kentucky, we were taught to just swing them by the ankles if it's a child, because that way the centripetal force, right? It's like a slingshot.
Yeah, the food will just eject out of them if you're doing the Heimlich. Instead of the Heimlich, the food just ejects out of their throat.
Yeah, like an airplane, but you're holding by the heels.
Right.
right?
How many breaths per, like in CPR? How many breaths per other breath? And I hear that there are ways of doing it now.
First of all,
that you don't even have to make out with them.
I just want to say, none of us are practicing medical professionals.
Yeah,
Please
we're
do not
all
take
full of
any
shit.
of this as medical
Don't do
advice.
anything
We
we're
are
saying.
reminiscing about classes we had years ago. So any advice that you hear us talk about, it might be expired by now. So if you want to actually learn CPR, you need to take an actual course.
Yeah,
for real.
I never went to class for any of this. This
I'll
is
just let you know, I'm not interested in saving anybody's life.
Yeah, apparently, this could be go on.
Back in Walmart, I'm gonna let somebody else handle it. So
What?
Well,
What?
that's a thing. You're liable, I believe, if you have the certification.
And while you're in Walmart and you're letting other people handle it, you could tell us a bit about your role-playing experience or
Hey,
while you're here,
hey,
while someone else is taking care of all the harrowing stuff.
that's right.
Or games, role-playing games. What kind of geeky games are your favorite?
It's been a while since I've done any sort of role playing, game wise. But I remember playing. Being a cleric in Dungeons and Dragons.
So it's
some
third
friends.
edition.
I assume I wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't the.
Were you a priest or were you a cleric?
I was a cleric.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's third. But go on.
I wasn't knowledgeable enough the game. I was just playing the game, and my friends from high school and I were doing the game. We do it every week, and we had a pretty good DM, and he pretty knowledgeable, and but of course he would he made you roll. He made you roll for things that didn't matter. He made you roll for penis size, and it's like, make you roll with like a D12. It's like, why do I gotta roll? Why do I gotta roll for D? And I always landed a 1.
Of course.
My character always landed a 1. It like multiple times landed a 1. Why is this? Why am I a cleric with a 1-inch penis? It's the power of I'm sorry, we're already
Bahamut compels you. Look,
Yeah.
I've been a dungeon master before, and I make it a point every game to make somebody roll for their penis size.
They made me
Every
roll
game.
for my performance, my sexual performance.
Yes, I did. Sexual
with a
prowess.
prostitute.
That's right.
So
I've already taken it, but that's that's high school. Those are high school boys doing that. It's high school humor, and of
This
course,
was like 2 weeks ago.
it was just a month ago.
you got to keep it light, But yeah, I remember that I called myself Metabolism the Cleric, and I was from the Church of Mark David Chapman. And we'd go into a tavern, and then the DM would say, okay, this is your opportunity to preach. I don't know why I would preach in a tavern, because we'd go from town to town, on our quest. And I would go into my cleric spiel, even though I'm a cleric, not a priest. And I would end up just rambling about pancakes for 5 minutes. These are my lingering memories of playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends.
Now, was this you
Did
said
it
high school?
influence? Good. Yeah, he said high school, I think.
It was just high school.
No,
It was a while
like
ago.
about 19, 20 years old.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, so a
nice.
couple years ago. Okay.
Yeah, this is recent. I'm like 22, 23.
Nice.
Right on. I mean, that sounds like a D&D game. It sounds like a fun D&D game. That's sort of the iconic, ridiculous absurdity and such. So you're going to get 90% of our references.
I hope so.
Good. Yeah. Ken, what were you saying?
Oh, I was wondering if this evangelizing that you did in Dungeons and Dragons, if it influenced. Were you doing music at the time, or did anything you did as a cleric maybe did that propel you into wanting to get in front of people? And
I think it was the very earliest. The very early times that I was performing. My first ever show in front of people was in 1997. So if that, I was 19 years old when I first got on stage and performed.
Where were you?
I was living really where I am now. Living, I lived in Fordsville, Kentucky. My first show was in Owensboro, Kentucky, and I would go drive to my friends. My friends lived about a half hour away, and I go visit with them, and we just game on Friday or Saturday night, and we game. And my friend, he liked to make his own swords. He wasn't
real swords.
Yeah, well, he tried. He was at the time he was really trying to be he didn't really know how to do it. He actually got over time he's actually gotten really good at it. Now he actually competed on Forged in Fire. Forged, I think it's one of those shows on A&E or whatever it's called, where you make swords and test them out. And he's actually really good at making swords now.
Wow.
But he was making swords at the time and doing geeky stuff too. So we were all into that stuff, and so we just played naturally because it's just a thing to do. And that was when I was really starting to get into music as a performance thing. So there was a part of me that just was wanting to perform. So having that little vehicle where I go into the tavern and start preaching is Metabolism, the cleric, doing my little spiel about pancakes where I'm just improvising. We don't have comedy clubs here where I can do an open mic and just, riff out a bit. So this was me riffing out a bit, trying to make my friends laugh. This is all I wanted to do was entertain people. So whether it's just me entertaining my friends in the shed while we play D&D, or, an audience of people at a show, we're just trying to entertain people one way or another. And that was sort of the beginning of it.
Did you say in the shed?
Playing D&D in his garage, in his parents' garage.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
in Stranger Things they're in the basement, but it reminds me of the Blue album, the Weezer album, in the garage I feel safe, no one cares, that thing. Anyway, fucking A. So you play D&D. There's a lot to unpack here. I have about 37 questions. We're going to start at the beginning. So, okay. You mentioned open mic. You mentioned performance, gaming, improv, which, improv and gaming go hand in hand a lot of times. You got on stage the first time at 17 and you were doing music?
No, I was 19.
You were 19 and you were doing music, you say?
Yeah, I was doing music. I was, Ken mentioned it earlier. When I did my first thing, I was the band because I didn't have any sort of I didn't have anybody to be in a band with. I was trying to get a band together, couldn't find to be in a band with, and I was influenced by a guy named Wesley Willis.
Oh, I know Wesley. Yeah, he's a.
I have 17 of his albums.
Do you really?
Yeah.
We used to see him at the Dame all the time.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wesley Willis. He's a schizophrenic dude that played keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a schizophrenic outsider art musician from Chicago.
And so people understand he part of his bill was he was schizophrenic.
Yeah, that was.
We're not saying that schizophrenic guy. No. He was I'm fucking schizophrenic. Yeah.
He literally was. And what he did was, I'm sitting at my keyboard now. He would use the presets on a keyboard and he would use those to compose his songs. So, hold on a second. Let's find a rock beat. Well, you know what? Let's do disco. And then, he would be like, hold on a second here.
I bet that the music won't go through.
And he'd use the preset. Can you hear that?
Yeah, if you talk, we can hear it.
And he'd use the preset on it, and he'd be like, "You are my favorite rock star. You are my buddy to the max. You can really rock it out. You rock it like a masochist." Smashing pumpkins, pumpkins, smashing pumpkins. Rock over London, rock on Chicago. Diet Pepsi. Hold on a second. Outro. There you go. There's a Wesley Willis song for you.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Also, fucking A, Smashing Pumpkins, dude.
Yeah,
I think Billy Corgan actually knew him because he was from Chicago.
Oh yeah,
Still around?
Billy Corgan? No. Wesley Willis died in 2005. He died of
that sucks. Yeah, no, Billy Corgan, I know, is he's sort of he kind of became. It's the same fate as what happened to Tetsuo. I know. So.
But yeah, Wesley Willis. He has some of the most obscenity-laden songs I've ever heard, and they're hilarious. It's obscene, but I don't particularly find it offensive. So it has a lot of obscene words and phrases, but because of the context, I'm not offended by it because it's a long story, but
I'm just trying to. Neighbors are wondering what the hell just happened. Having done
Wesley
that,
Willis just happened. That's what had just happened.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
that's great. But he also has some of the nicest songs. I think he wrote a song about the doctor, one of the doctors who treated him, about how Aftab Nurabi, and he's got plenty of songs about bands that he's seen, movie stars that he liked, and whatnot, and it was all from the heart. All 3,500 songs.
That was the beauty of Wesley Willis was the raw honesty. I think that's why people were so attached to him, was because it was a pure expression.
Yeah.
They didn't listen to him because of the musical quality of it. They listened to him for the honesty of it. And I think there people were attached to him because of the freak show aspect of it. I mean, you're looking at a 50-pound black schizophrenic who's shout. The guy. There is a freak show aspect to it. So that's especially when you go see him live. But there's also a touching honesty to it that that you don't get in a lot of pop music. There isn't.
Raw. It's raw, and a lot of times. Well, why do people watch live streams, right? I mean, why do you? If you're looking for craft, you look for something that's already been pre-recorded, or I should say, you look for something that has been pre-recorded, edited, polished. If you want something that's visceral, that's raw, you see it live. There's the what if aspect. What the fuck is going to come out of this dude's mouth?
Yeah, I wanted to show one of the albums that I have, Darren Hacker.
And that's how you spell Willis. Thank you.
Yeah. So you can see all of his songs. This is one of 17 that I have.
Jesus. Now, he couldn't have died in 2005. Cuz I know I saw him.
I think it was 2003.
Was it 3? I could have sworn I saw him at the Dame, and there's no way I could have seen it if it was 2003.
I got mixed up. I think it was Old Dirty Bastard that died in 05. That's where I got mixed up.
I thought it was like 2008, but I am clearly just fucking wrong. Hey, Holker.
Yeah.
Check.
Is
Is he actually going to do it? Is he going to do it? I don't think he'll do it. Use your computer mind, Holker. And
I think it was 2003.
Okay. You probably.
Yeah, August 21st, 2003.
Yeah. You're right.
So I didn't see him. I think people just talked about him, and I rode that bandwagon, acting like I knew, but I didn't know because he was dead. Canoe. How old was I in 2003? I wasn't old enough to go to the Dame, so I don't even know if the Dame was around. 22? Was I 22? Holy shit! I was 20. Okay, I did see Wesley Willis. I just can't do math, and I have no memory of my past. So, what?
I saw him in like 1999.
Where was it?
IndieNet in Nashville.
Oh, IndieNet. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he
long
did
gone.
but
Oh yeah, he toured extended.
So it's interesting. And what?
You know, I got a headbutt. I bought a CD. It's somewhere. And because hey, he got that giant dark black divot right here in his head because he headbutted so many people.
No, I didn't.
Like he had a giant black divot right here because he would headbutt people and he'd go.
Really?
And he'd headbutt people and go, say rah. And you'd go rah. Say rah. Rah. And you do that. And I talked to him for a few minutes. I talked to him and I asked him, like, because he's schizophrenic, he's trying to drown out the voices in his head. He'd have so he was listening to music at the time. And I talked to him, bought a CD, and I got a headbutt.
That's awesome. It does sound familiar, the headbutt thing, but I didn't know that. That's wild.
Yeah,
Wesley Willis. You should check out Wesley Willis. Fuck yeah. Okay, so you were now he was older than you, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But you were essentially a contemporary, maybe not a peer. I think there's a difference there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think to be a peer, you have to be the same age. So you're a contemporary of him. You started in '97. Would you say that music is your jam, or do you also do like the stand-up stuff and other kinds of performance?
It's my jam. I love stand-up, but I'm not a stand-up at all. Music is my baby.
Well, let's go from there. You were in, I'm assuming, Kentucky in '97?
Yeah.
Are you from Kentucky?
Yeah, I was born in Hammond, Indiana, and moved to. Yeah, me too. I moved to Kentucky in like 1982, and have lived most here.
Okay, and I'm assuming you were in Central Kentucky if you knew Kennetha.
Yeah, we were in Bowling Green together.
Oh,
yeah, we went
Bowling Green.
Yeah, we went
I
to college.
didn't know that.
We went to college together.
I see. I thought it was earlier than that. Okay, whatever.
We did a lot. We did a lot in that little town. We had a lot of mutual friends, and still do.
Yeah.
So did you go on tour? What? Tell us the story. Spin us this yarn.
Yeah. What happened? That was Mr. Neutron at that time.
Mr. Neutron lasted for it lasted while I was in college, and then when college ended, I got an offer from a friend of mine to move to Los Angeles to work on music, and I said, well, it actually coincided with my apartment almost burning down because I was living in Bowling Green, and there was the apartment complex caught fire.
I remember that. I called the fire department.
Huh?
I think I called the fire department.
He also lit the fire.
I did not light the fire, but I remember that
you didn't.
I remember flames shooting out of that apartment building, and I didn't have a cell phone at the time.
He didn't start the fire.
Thank you. Oh my god.
I didn't, but it's been burning, I guess.
Since the world's been turning.
So, Mike, we will keep on track. You went to Los Angeles now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you drive?
Yeah, I did. I actually drove. It took me I stopped for breaks. So it took me 3 days.
Which route did you take? I know no one else might not. No one else might care about this, but I do. I just made this drive.
I care.
I took I-4.
I-40. So you went through Albuquerque?
Yeah, I went through Albuquerque.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Dude, late 90s Los Angeles. That must have been pretty interesting.
No, it was like 2001. I got there September 9th, 2001.
Okay.
It wasn't great.
It was pretty bad, actually.
Really? Yeah, tell me.
Great.
Dígame, tell me about it.
September 11th, I woke up and my roommate said, "Oh yeah, there's been an attack on the Pentagon and the World Trade Center."
Oh, 2001. Right.
The United States is at war. So
Uh-oh, I'm going to piss everybody off. Continue.
where were you when the world completely changed? I had completely uprooted myself and moved across the country.
So it's
Changed my
pretty
life.
traumatic.
And it was like, well, I have the culture shock of moving like 2 time zones away,
Right.
and I'm completely separated from my family. The only people I really know are my new roommates. And now I'm in an uncertain world of, now a immediate post 9/11 world where things are completely uncertain and
The
everything
fervor.
that and dealing
Yeah,
with
how was
Did you
Los
think you were
Angeles?
going to get drafted at
Oh,
the
yeah.
time?
Did I think I was going to get drafted? You know what? I was 23 years old. The possibility was
That was a
Yeah.
talk. That was a conversation at that time. That really was.
you know what the conversation was? The conversation was they were going to attack the malls on Halloween.
Really?
That's what I kept hearing. That
Wow.
all the malls were going to be attacked by the terrorists on Halloween.
Yeah. In Kentucky, it was a little bit different of a thing. What do you guys remember, Holker and Ken? Were you in Kentucky at 2001?
I think I was still in Kentucky. I didn't move until just after. It was scary to move after that. But my roommate was in the service. He was a tank.
He was a tank.
He was a tank. No, he was a tank driver. He drove tanks.
Oh,
And
he's a tank man. Tanker.
he was a tank man. He was stationed in Germany and then moved back to, I'm not going to give you his name, but
Good. I don't want
Mike knows him. He was married to this German woman, and they let me live in their apartment. And he was like, I've served my time. It's like, I think he was worried that they were going to call him back.
Yeah, stop lost.
Because he was like a month. He was a month away from retiring.
That's the thing, though. It really didn't. From my memory, Holker, correct me here. I want to say the main thing was 2003 when we actually went into like most of my friends.
March 2003 is when the U.S. invaded Iraq.
Right.
Yeah.
So obviously
And-
people were getting called back in, but most of my friends that had gone in, they weren't drafted. They were sent off to places around them.
And by the way, under draft law at the time, if you were over the age of 20, you were probably not going to get drafted.
But there was so much propaganda and fear.
Yeah, but
Is the thing, and 20 years later we had another one just like that. Anyway, as I get canceled. Right, so Los Angeles 2001. Yeah, Mike, we're going to go deep. We're going to go deep in the paint today.
Yeah, we're coming through my life.
Where were you? You were in the Valley?
San Fernando Valley.
Mhm.
And,
I've been there.
Sorry.
I'm
live
there
there.
right now.
Are you there?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was-
I'm in, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was, I guess, Sherman Oaks, Van Nuys area.
I'm literally in Van Nuys.
Yeah, then
I'm living in your room. Holy shit.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, well, then it's hot.
No, it's not hot. You
Oh, no, it's
motherfuckers, it is not hot. It ain't
Legit-
hot here. I was told by Ken at length, ad nauseum, that Los Angeles, specifically the Valley, was so hot. Motherfucker, it's not that hot.
Well, we didn't have very good air conditioning.
You didn't have any air conditioning, did you?
That's a thing.
We had
That's a thing.
one little box air conditioner in the
That's all.
living room, and my room had a very good air conditioner, and that was it. So I had to keep my room open. So the rest of the back.
That is different.
Did you have a window unit, I guess?
Yeah, window units, basically. We didn't have central AC.
Now, to people that don't know, because for real, so I've lived in a few different places in the world. Some of the biggest or most impactful culture shock that I've had has been moving out to Los Angeles. And it really, I think maybe one of the reasons that it's been so much of a surprise is because, well, it was a surprise. Like when you move to China or Japan or Europe or something, you expect, oh, it's going to be different. You know, it's going to be profoundly different maybe. But when you move across the country, your own country, especially to an iconic place where you kind of feel like you already maybe know what it is, and then you experience it, it's pretty profound. So for people that don't know, you'll get into places here, there won't be a refrigerator, there won't be a parking space. It's like they throw you to the wild with a fucking knife, and there won't be AC. And it's like, you know, I'm complaining. I'm saying it's not that hot. I mean, it actually does get fucking hot. It's not the hottest place in the world. But when you don't have AC, that's miserable.
Yeah, we were pretty miserable in 2001, 2002.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a lot of ways to. Yeah, it pretty much exacerbated our poor, at least my poor mental health. You know.
Oh yeah.
So, but
so what'd you do?
Just you know, you do what you know. I mean, I worked. I mean, you know, I worked odd jobs. I mean, there was, you know, I worked at a movie theater for a while. I worked at a recording studio. I worked, I guess, as an assistant to the engineer for some recordings. I think for some, mostly it was a recording studio that did R&B acts. So
cool.
I don't know. Did you ever hear of a group called B2K?
No, I haven't heard of it. Ken, I leave it to you.
I don't know anything about them, but I've totally heard of them. And it might be because of Mike, but it seems like were they not like a boy band kind of group? Yeah,
they were like an R&B boy band. They were like four, and like they had like a hit song with like, I think Diddy, called Bump Bump Bump.
Yeah.
Huh.
And they were like I think they had a couple of hit songs in like that era.
Sounds familiar, but I don't actually know.
I made balloons go over the. Well, heck, I don't know how I'm doing that.
Are there? Holy shit! There's balloons everywhere. It's not stopping. You guys can't see it, but there's balloons everywhere.
I'll tell you.
I'll
tell you a story about working in a recording studio because a lot of things I did, I was basically a glorified gopher, and I, you know, basically did a lot of stuff. But I almost dropped a bag of trash on the car that belonged to the vice president of A&R at Epic Records.
So why didn't you do it?
I was trying to keep my job.
Oh,
like I was taking the garbage out, and like I'm walking down the, you know, there's this metal, you know, the staircase over, there's the dumpster and like the stair, like the balcony over the stairs, and I'm trying to, like, I don't want to walk all the way down.
Sure.
And the car right next to the dumpster in front, and I'm just trying to dangle it down so I can just drop it in. And then I try to drop it down, and I drop it, and I'm like, it's not going to hit the hood, and I'm like, grab it, don't let it, no. And then I finally get it in, and it drops into the dumpster. I'm like,
although had you dropped the trash all over so and so's car, kind of would have been funny.
It would have been. It would have been
They
awesome.
probably deserved it.
Kind of funny. I mean, I wouldn't.
Nar's car.
I wouldn't have wanted that to happen to my car. Then again, I'm also not, rich.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm not trying to shit on the rich. Right. So you're in Los Angeles, 2001, 2002. How long did you stay out there? You did some odd jobs. What was sort of like the accomplishment out there?
Well, a couple of things. I was there till summer 2003. And the main thing that I did was I got to work on a television show called Beat the Geeks.
I've heard of this, yeah.
This show was on Comedy Central, and it was a quiz show. And I worked as the music geek. And what it was like a quiz show. You had to try to beat the geeks. They had a TV geek, a movie geek, a music geek, and then they had a fourth geek that every week to week, it could be a Star Wars geek, a Simpsons geek,
right.
What have you.
Did they ever lose? Did the guest ever lose?
Yes.
Really? Oh,
sometimes.
Okay. Well,
I'm
sure. Did you ever lose?
Yes, I did lose 1 week. I was there. 1 week I lost. I lost. Well, no. You know what? We did 10 episodes. I got challenged in the. I get challenged in the final round twice. One time I won. One time I lost.
I see.
And it sucks to lose.
It sucks to win?
No, it sucks to lose.
Oh, why?
Winning is awesome, but losing,
now, What do you actually get fired if you lose, or is it kind of like?
No, it's just I think it just I just kind of had a bad second week, and they just didn't invite me back. I just didn't do well, and I think they were looking for a replacement geek. They were looking for somebody to come in and do some dates, and they were looking for somebody, and I filled in. I thought I did good the first week. Second week I didn't do so good, and they were like,
But you had a good run. I mean, 10 episodes is no joke.
Yeah, that's great.
It's not like it played for more than, I think it just ran for like 50 episodes or something. It wasn't like a.
No, it ran for 2 years. It was part of the second season. So they.
I mean, that's badass. That's badass.
But I mean, like, you probably knew most everything they threw at you, and it's like, I bet you can go into some pretty epic detail about artists that nobody sitting here has ever heard of.
The problem is, it's like that was at a time when music was getting more boring to me. So it's like they were asking me questions about artists that I didn't care about.
You didn't listen to Sum 41?
I didn't care about Sum 41. I didn't care about Mandy Moore. Like, they showed me, like, who is this artist? And I'm like,
I don't know.
Like,
Jessica
Mandy
Simpson, I think, was big at the time.
That's not the Mandy Moore I remember. Mandy Moore had changed her. It's like a different looking. I was like, I don't know who that is. Like, I know who Moore is, but that's not Mandy Moore. So I was like, blah, blah, blah.
This is like post NSYNC.
That's the thing. I was like, to be like a geek about something. I mean, so 12-year-olds who are fans, that are getting marketed to, literally they are the target audience of whatever genre. Let's say music, let's say video games, et cetera, they're going to be experts because it's being spoon-fed to them. In my opinion, if we're going to venerate a title like geek, it's about history. It's about the knowledge. You actually have to not just experienced it, but be interested in it, studied it, et cetera.
Neglected personal hygiene for it.
Yeah, you need to neglect some hygiene. If you don't, I don't think you're really a geek. I think it's a little cheap to be like, nah, so what's top 100 this week? Nah, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's harder for me to care about, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's me getting older, maybe it's my tastes changing, maybe it's my lack of interest in what's going on in music. Like, I kind of keep up with some of what's going on in popular music, but it's like like I feel like a fuddy-duddy now. Like I'm gonna be 46 this year. Like, do I care about like I mean, is it the okay boomer in me like to not want it? Like,
Well, you're not
like,
a boomer, first of all. Second,
I mean,
second,
like,
at the time you're like 23, so this argument doesn't work, sir.
And
if you've been doing it for 20 years, okay, but it has nothing to do with you being 46.
Did you have cable TV? Did you watch MTV at the time, or have the internet to keep up with all these? There
was no internet in 2003. Everybody knows that, Ken. There's no such thing.
There was absolutely internet, and everybody was on Friendster and MySpace at that time.
I wasn't on Friendster in 2003. I didn't. But
you were on MySpace though.
Not until 2004.
Really?
Yeah. But I kind of got cable late. I guess like we didn't get cable till like 1992, 93, which is like later than I think a lot of people did.
I got it in 96.
Yeah, but you're from, like the pine forest. I mean,
but I don't know. I just like, but like, I just felt like, I don't know.
I mean, Holger, I understand, but where you come from, it's a completely different thing. Like, the cable would go out because the goat whose crown was holding the antenna would move. I mean, it's not the same thing.
So,
shots are fired, motherfucker. Come at me, bro. Come at me.
It's funny, but you're talking about cable TV. Like, how long did cable TV last? Like, we're at the death of cable TV now. So it had what, a 40-year run for some people?
Yeah.
I've never had cable. I never paid for cable to my knowledge. I think I had roommates that had cable and they would want me to give them money for it, and I never watched it. I had the internet. I've had the internet since
there was 90s, no cable internet
early 90s.
in the early 2000s.
No, it was dial-up at that point for sure. And
come on,
I received a bill probably 5 years ago from Net Zero saying you owe us some money. And
holy shit!
And I called them back because I had an account with them. I guess they started like billing people. And
there's no way Net Zero is still around.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, it was probably the last.
Are you sure they weren't scammers in India? It's saying, "Oh, Net Zero, we'll get people this way."
I mean, it could be. Who knows? But definitely, that was a great way to get internet, Net Zero, because I don't think you had to pay for it.
Really?
Or it was like $5.
This is before my time of whatnot. So, Mike, why'd you leave?
Just got to a point where I couldn't do it anymore. I just got to a point where like I ran out of money.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
Yeah, that's basically the number one reason. I ran out of money and I needed to get to LA because it wasn't really good for my mental health.
Sure.
And I decided to come home where I needed the support system of my family. I'd gone without it for almost 2 years, and I needed
a crazy time.
I think you skipped a few things. Mike also did a couple of shows with some pretty famous. He like opened with his band some famous people. Like I was invited to a couple of those shows.
Yeah, we didn't.
What do you mean
about that experience? And how? Like, I wanted to ask a follow-up about Beat the Geeks because I feel like this is relevant for Bill over there. Like, how'd you get that gig?
Oh, in terms of that, I auditioned initially as a contestant, but then I said, look, and I did great. I probably could have been just a contestant. That would have been the end of it. But then I said, look, if you're looking for a music geek, I'm pretty good at that. Maybe I can audition. And they said, yeah, actually we are. So about 4 or 5 auditions later, they gave me the job. And at the time I had long hair. I had hair like Daniel does. And for some reason, like when I had a real weird swagger when I auditioned. I was just like, I just had a real like, whatever, just kind of had a hitch. Like I didn't care. Like I was like, yeah, like I was just loose as I could possibly be. And then when it came time to do the episodes, I tightened up.
Yeah.
Like I'm on camera and there's people in front of me. There's lights.
There's stakes.
There's stakes involved. This is going out on television. People are going to see this.
Yeah.
So now it's like, now it matters. So now the looseness and everything,
Well, it mattered before. That's how you got the job. It's just, it mattered in a different way. And it was probably, I can't psychoanalyze, but I'm gonna. Nerves, that's a thing. It's in your head, right?
Right.
It's all in your head.
It matter, and it that's the thing. Pressure makes diamonds, but it also breaks rocks.
Well, it's a good lesson.
One of the things I always enjoyed about working with Mike is like I would throw down some beats and just like say, can you just sing something over this real quick? And he would jot some stuff down on a piece of paper. He was very quick. And so like I'm surprised that it takes a lot to just be put in the spotlight, but I think under pressure you're quite good, Mike, and your ability to just be pretty spontaneous, like with music in general, and I think there's a safety to being in singing or having a flow of words versus speaking. When we're speaking, it's not quite as easy, I think, sometimes, versus singing something. I'm not really sure.
Believe you can.
Well, being creative is sort of like just this thing that I've just like I've always wanted to do it. This is something that I've been writing songs in one way or another since I was in high school. So it's just something that's like I'm compelled to do it. Whether are you
compelled to do it? Meaning...
It's like a thing. It's like I have to do it.
But you don't necessarily want to.
No, I want to do it, but it's like a thing that it's like I wish I could just not. There's some like.
So you are compelled to do it. I get it. Okay.
I'm compelled to do it.
Yeah.
If you don't do it, you want to do it even more.
I want to do it even more. I actually do. I wish I could.
But there's not to be dramatic. I am an actor. There's something torturous about it, though.
It is torturous. Because it's like, it's like, I've had the fortune of collaborating with a lot of really creative people, and I've been, that's really, I sit here and write songs by myself, but it's like, the best work I've ever done has been with bouncing my ideas off of other people and collaborating with them as well. And that's, that's the thing that you can't really put on a job resume. Hey, I learned teamwork writing songs with other people.
See, that's the thing. You can do that, but I'm just a contrary son of a bitch.
You can, but they accept it. They want hard, like, hey, I work here. They want like actual job experience, and saying, hey, I was in a band and I learned how to write and arrange songs with other people. That's not practical enough for people in the job market. Here's
a question. What at that time you were collaborating with other musicians, you were doing bits and pieces in Los Angeles. What kind of job were you looking for that needed a resume? Like, who are they in this scenario?
Well, I mean, it's like at that point, it's like I didn't really want a resume job. It was like I wanted to work as a professional songwriter. I wanted to work as a professional songwriter, and I've been lucky enough to have some of my songs performed by other artists, recorded by other artists. But it's
Do you want to tell us any of these songs?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
That song? You kind of had a hit last year, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. There's a song by. I have to be careful. Her name is Julie Roberts. Not Julia Roberts. Julie Roberts. She's a country singer, and she is a great country singer. I did a song for her called "The Concept of You," and it was produced by Shooter Jennings, who is a Grammy Award-winning producer, and he is the son of Waylon Jennings.
I see.
And that's available on. I think she's released it on her own record label. It's available on streaming platforms of your choice.
Ken will put it up there. Oh, you just did. Boom.
Spotify and other.
Now,
titles.
you wrote some songs that she performed, or what?
I wrote a song for her album.
I see.
And
that's badass.
Yeah, and it's something that I've always wanted to do, and I hope I can do it from other artists. I'm writing other songs that hopefully I can submit to other artists. I'm working on I'm working with. I talked to you before the stream, and I'm working with some of the members of the band that I was just in. We're writing some songs now. I like some of the songs we're working. Well, I like all the songs we're working on now, but I'd like to submit some of the songs that we're working on when I get finished recording them. Maybe submit some of those songs to prospective producers to use to be recorded too. You know,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So
I want you to be more excited about the fact that's awesome.
I'm just, you know,
you asshole, you're successful.
I also like, it's just like, it's hard, you know. It's
very hard, motherfucker. I know it's hard.
Getting my hopes a little bit.
It's hard.
I know that one of the bands that you were in, it's called Technology versus Horse. The brilliant song, band. And I'm sure there's a song or two that you guys wrote with that band where if there was a while there where you couldn't play anywhere without, I'm sure, people screaming out, play this one particular song. Did you ever get tired of playing that song?
Yeah. Yes. There are songs that, there's the one song that I think we didn't want to play. I don't know if we could play it now. It's called White Girls.
Why didn't you want to play it?
We made a music video for it, and it's one where the song is called White Girls, Baby I Could Use Some. There aren't a whole lot of lyrics to it. It's kind of like an LMFAO kind of parody. And it's just like, you know, it's kind of a dance pop song. Sure. But it's like singing about like white girls, baby I could use some. Over and over. It just says that over again. And
I like white girls.
We played it, and it was pretty popular, but then we kind of got tired of it.
Yeah.
And we haven't played it since. Actually, the band stopped playing in 2017, and we've only played twice since then. So we haven't.
What was the name of this band?
Technology versus Horse. Technology
versus Horse.
Yeah. Actually, one of our album covers, I think, is a parody of Altered Beast. If you like that video.
Oh yeah.
Your logo is also a take on from the Genesis, right?
Yeah, the Sega Genesis.
Yeah.
What is it? It's a rise and live again, or something like this.
Rise from your grave.
Yeah, rise from your grave, dude. That game, the lore is so good.
We literally stuck that in one of our songs.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I think the name of the song is
So
called
hard.
Player One. I think the name of the song is Player One. We literally stick "Rock Your Grave" in the song.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I like your
That
album
game is
covers. I'm
so
looking at
hard.
them now.
Yeah.
Our guitar player Rafe Helsley did most of the album covers, I think, and they're my favorite. He did the one for Diminishing Returns, and he did. I think he did the one for Diminishing. I think he designed that one and the one for Potential Pleasure Device. Yeah, our album covers are pretty crazy. My favorite one is Burial of the Bear Dracula. The story behind that one is really silly. It's like our bass player and his girlfriend at the time had conjured up a story about a professor giving a dissertation of a bear in the woods. It was a lengthy dissertation about the bear, but at the end of it, he sums it up. But what you didn't know was that this bear was also a Dracula. And we decided
Dracula.
we wrote a song called Cocaine Dracula, and then we wrote a song called Hold the Bear Close to the Lightning, and then we said, okay, well, there you go.
You have a very polarizing album cover.
Oh,
which one?
Both of those songs in
Bury Your Love.
Oh yeah, it's
Queens of the Dead.
We used some of you guys used some of our songs, and we covered Gay Bar by Electric Six.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Ken, you might throw on the deal a jig Queens of the Dead. I know you hate self-promoting, but
well, it's a movie that will never be seen by anyone unless they're near.
It should be. It was pretty good.
I 100% believe you. Fucking show it.
Okay.
I swear, you fucking artists just self-deprecate. Anyway,
it's not. It's about copyright. So like people don't get to see stuff because sometimes Mike, I'm sure would agree to a public showing, or I'm sure that we could do the rights, but Electric Six, we need to come up with a campaign to where they don't necessarily want any money for us.
What are you
to post
talking
this
about?
on the internet. Well, because it's their song.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Electric Six is a band.
Okay.
And we covered one of their songs, and we also covered that song by.
Is it You Spin Me
Right Round Baby by Dead or Alive?
Yeah.
And
so this is what you do: you show it, and then if they get pissed off and they're like, "Yo, dude, take this down," then you do, or you say, "Okay, well, this doesn't have any money, blah blah blah, whatever."
I can post it on YouTube, and I do have a link for it on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't care. It's the other producers that care. So
I'm not talking about stealing shit. I'm talking about.
But it's the producer of the
hell.
film that doesn't want us to me to show it anywhere. I'm like, why don't we just put it on YouTube? The producer of the film's like, no.
Mike, what's up?
Right. You hire an artist to write songs that are not those songs, but almost kind of like those songs. And you pay them to do it.
Yeah.
Thereby circumventing the copyright thing.
Sure.
Yeah. I just watched
I, as a reasonable man, would have would not confuse these songs at all. I think they're totally different.
Absolutely. I just watched a short film. I think it won a bunch of stuff. It's called Bright Star. It's a Star Wars spinoff. And I mean, it's fantastic if you want to check it out, if you're into that kind of stuff.
What's it called?
I'm pretty sure it's called Bright Star. And it's one of those things where it's done very well. It starts, and I immediately, as I have been accused many times of being a totalitarian red pill person, which I am not. I just don't like extremism. That's what it is. Either way, I just don't like the extremes. When it started, I was like, fuck, I don't really know if I want to watch this because I could bet money on what they're going to do. And I want to watch Star Wars. I don't want to watch a political speech using Star Wars as a vehicle. And I was completely wrong. It's all story. The casting's awesome. The acting is really good. Yeah, I think it's a very, very good deal. In my little comment, I was like, could you make this the new Star Wars? Like, the main character is a young woman, and she's magnificent. She's magnificent as to what she does. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to check it out, it's called Bright Star. Pretty sure.
Bright Star. Okay.
We're playing a little moment from it. I mean, they know how to tilt up and down. They got the widescreen going. It looks like they're
you
hanging out
filmmaker. You
on
filmmaker,
indoor,
you. VFX is good.
Yeah.
The thing about Star Wars, and I'm gonna segue off to something really fast. The thing about Star Wars, I've been talking to my buddy Punksicle, who ran a Star Wars game. I've blathered on about it a whole lot. He ran it in DreadLore, by the way, the DreadLore system. Star Wars, it's very tired, the story. Like, it's to the point right now where these shows will come out, and literally, we've played the shows in a game. Like the story is interesting. Like what just happened, the little bit that I know of that happened in Ahsoka. Have you guys watched Ahsoka?
No.
I've watched like a little tiny bit of it. So I don't know any spoilers about it, but my point is, what I know of the plot, literally, that 2 years ago, we played in the Star Wars game. Like, almost to a fucking T. Obviously, the names were different. But how that plot ties into the main story of Star Wars? Like, is that a 1 in a million? No. 10 years ago, Punksicle wrote the first chapter to this game. Literally, it's written right there in Obi-Wan Kenobi, or in Kenobi. So there's my point of saying all this. Star Wars, it's really difficult to be creative with it right now, because it's just been done, and it's predictable. Bright Star, it was a hero's journey kind of story. You could probably call out what's probably going to happen, but it's interesting. And what's more is, when it ends, I was sitting there like, what happens next? Like, I actually want to see what adventures do they go on? That's awesome.
Well, they definitely go. They got some lightsabers like flashing around. She's got a little bow and arrow versus lightsaber. I mean, good for her.
Now, don't show too much of it, because you're going to show the end. You're going to spoil it.
I didn't. I just showed. I try to keep
cool.
it down to 20 seconds or so. It's you just want to show little hints. You give
the stage combat stuff is on point. It makes sense. Yeah.
So,
check it out.
So many lightsabers.
I'm gonna stop slobbing the knob of Bright Star.
Mike, are you a Star Wars or Star Trek, or do you think, or potentially a Stargate, or a Battlestar Galactica, or another Star movie franchise fan?
I kind of tuned out of Star Wars around the time of when it sold out, of when Lucas sold it
to Disney.
So when Lucas sold to Disney, and it's like, it kind of it's like the prequels had a sort of I remember the prequels being like thinking, like, when the Phantom Menace came out, I was like, wow, it feels like they spent 3 years on the visuals and like 3 days on the script. But then, like, going back after a time and going, it's kind of got a charm to it. It does have a charm to it that I just don't feel like like I feel like it was his vision. It was George Lucas's vision, and I sort of appreciate that in a way that I don't think I would appreciate the Disney era of Star Wars. And I did watch Star Trek The Next Generation when that was on, but that was like, the first run of it. Like, and I think The Next Generation, The Next Generation was Picard, wasn't it? Okay, yeah. So that,
I think 87 to 93.
Right. I think I watched Cisco as well.
Do what? Cisco? That'd be DS9. Yeah.
Okay, I think I watched some of Cisco, but
that was like TNG adjacent.
Well, the thing about DS9 was it ran concurrently with Voyager. And
it had Worf in it, and it had O'Brien in it.
Well, it eventually had Worf in it. The thing about DS9 is it just got a bad rap, and like they never got the spotlight past the first season. Like there was always another Star Trek going on, and it really hurt the ratings. Also, they're on a space station, and it's political, and the writing is fan-fucking-tastic. There's not a bad episode in DS9. I've watched the whole thing recently, like within the last couple of years. There might be episodes that I like more than others, but straight up, there's not a bad episode. Even the last season. And yet they just did not get a lot of love.
I think the last season was pretty good. They did a lot of lore and the world. It was world building. Something that TNG and even the original Star Trek never did, and nobody else has done. I mean, one of the things about being at a space station is you get to build the world around you.
Right.
You kind of in a place, and so you get to build up some intrigue and whatnot. But I like DS9. I did not like it when it came out at all.
No, I
thought
didn't
it
either.
was terrible, and I didn't watch it. And
I watched it way after.
Maybe 5-6 years ago. I was like, all right, well, I've watched all the other Star Treks, and it was before this newest Star Trek, stuff
Discovery
came out. I was like,
or Picard.
Well, it's before Picard, before Discovery is when I watched all that stuff, and it's like it turned out. I just finished watching Stargate for the second time.
You have gone genre after genre. I'm going to call you out. We went from Star Wars, just no segue into Star Trek, no segue into fucking Stargate.
And
right,
then
look,
but I'm
guys,
this is about DS9.
Have some integrity here.
The DS9, there was a void of decent sci-fi out there, and so I watched some DS9, and I was like, wow, this is better than I thought it was.
I see what you're saying.
First 2 episodes of DS9 sucked. I mean, they were awesome.
They were awesome.
They still suck. They were just. Nope. It was just
you get to see Cisco, Commander Cisco.
Yeah.
Absolutely dress down Picard.
Yeah.
And then Picard, like with a look, clear the room. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, I mean, I just thought it was boring. It was like it was just
because
slow,
you wanted to see
slow. I wanted to see like fast. You
wanted to see the episodic what TNG was. It's a totally different thing.
And it took a while. It took a while for me. Like
absolutely.
I had to be older to get that.
You had to get into it. Michael Dorn, who played Worf, when he switched from TNG to DS9, one of the biggest things that he mentions is on set, just a completely different feel. Apparently TNG they were cracking jokes. It was always fun. It was great to go to work. And DS9 was a slog. It was this very dramatic, heavy, where actors feel. It's a very different show. It's like the dark Star Trek.
Sure. But I think it's great that they did it. It's amazing to me how you can be wrong when you watch something the first time. I mean, it just goes to show. I think there's a number of shows out there. I bet there's a name for it. It's like when you watch it the first time, or you just hate it. It's like
DS9.
the song.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, it's like that song you heard. It's like REM Out of Time. You hear the first time you hear it, or like it was terrible, and then you listen to it 1,000 times, and it's pretty good.
It's called nostalgic reconsideration.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
There you go. There you go.
It's yeah, we all have that one that we all have that thing where, like, you know, absence makes the heart grow fond, or we think, oh yeah, that probably now that we see how things have changed, we're like, oh, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. Actually, this is kind of better than I remember it being.
Yeah.
So Mike, how we're stuck in 2003 or 2005 or something. How did you get back, and what were you doing when you got back?
At first, I wasn't really doing anything. I was, the thing for me when I came back was to kind of get my mental health straight. Like, that was the main thing. And then, one thing that started when I was in LA was I met with some music producers, and we started a hip hop project called Kentucky Prophet, which was me doing just comedy raps, because I was spending a lot of time in recording studio with a lot of hip hop and R&B acts. A lot of them were just trying to make something happen. They weren't signed to a record label. They were just trying to get a deal. And I thought, I'd been experimenting with rap at I just rap at parties with friends, kicking rhymes with friends like an idiot, just rapping about nothing. And I thought, what if I really tried to apply myself? So I would sit there and write rhymes and then give them to these two guys who were producing. These guys I knew, who they'd moved to LA as well. They were from Ithaca, New York. Wow. And they were living in the same apartment complex as I was, and I just go over and show them what I had, and they were like, okay, we'll give it a shot. Why not? So we recorded some songs, and then I started doing the thing, and then I came home. I had enough songs. I started performing these songs and local
Kentucky Prophet.
Kentucky Prophet. I just started performing. I just started singing and performing.
And it was rap?
Yeah, but it was also, It was kind of like comedy, because I would rap, but it was like, I would sometimes
stories. You tell a story like Frank Zappa or something. Not Frank Zappa. What's that guy? The funny music guy. Weird Al. Not Weird Al.
Weird Al.
Yeah, Weird Al.
It would be like if I'm going to play the same place again, then how do I make it unique for people to come back and see me? So I would just be like the songs would almost become launch pads for me to just talk about stuff. So I just there was a stand-up element to it. And I did that for a number of years. Concurrently, I also formed Technology versus Horse. I co-formed it. I mean, it was me and a couple of other guys. I wasn't the guy who started the band, but me and Matt Bittner, who played bass, Rafe Helsley on guitar, and Jamie Pickle.
Don't forget about Josh Hines.
Hines joined the band in 2005. He replaced Jamie, and we recorded
How many of these people played Dungeons and Dragons?
Matt Bittner is the one who plays Dungeons and Dragons. He is the tabletop gaming guy. In fact, the night of the show, we played a show December 30th. Ken, you were there. I went over to his house, and he was just killing time painting figurines.
Sounds like he plays. Was it Warhammer stuff, or was he painting D&D figurines?
I think it was Warhammer.
Yeah.
I think he plays D&D too. I know he
get him
has,
on here.
You would
Get him on
like
here.
him.
We'll play.
Yeah, well,
You would like-
Matt is also a game designer. He makes video games.
Right on. Well, that's badass.
That leads me in so many different directions. Like I want to spaz on this.
Yeah,
a
I know you want to
little
spaz on. You love the spaz.
Because
Well, let me say something first because I want to pull Holker in on this. So Holker has done some stand up as well. He's done some stand up in the past.
Not really.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding? My mom went to one of your shows. My mom, who is a boomer, a late boomer, no, an early boomer, was laughing at your comedy. I mean, the entire room was. It was hilarious. It was kind of like a derivative Andy Kaufman-esque type thing. Yeah, you guys talk about some stand-up. I want to know stand-up stuff. I've been wanting to do stand-up, but I know I'll fucking suck, so I haven't done it.
Well, the thing is just to do it, you know, like you have to like, I mean, you live in LA. Well, there's places like this. There's like all kinds of places that do open mics. I mean, just
I know, but man, I've seen Kill Tony. Like you don't want to get up there and be like, so racism. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, you know, not the kind of open mic you want to do. But I'm sure you could be like, you know, well, what's up with this airplane food kind of? You know, I'm sure you could come up with like a few minutes of stuff. You know, and I mean, you're probably look. You can't be afraid to fail. I mean look, stand up is hard. Like, and you'll testify to this. The idea of getting up there and commanding people with your voice. Like, I have music behind me to, like, you know, as my kind of like the background of what I'm doing, but just to do it with just the power of your voice, that's like intimidating in a way to stand up there. Just like, it's very vulnerable.
You need a Casio keyboard, Bill. That's what you need.
I always like the idea of stand up because I always got the sense that if I felt like I could really lean into a certain type of awkwardness in a way that I couldn't with other shows. And what I mean by that is, if you go up there and it's awkward, you can look at it as, oh, I'm going to bomb, but you could also look at it as, well, if I come at it at the right angle, they're already halfway towards laughing at me. Like they're halfway there if you're approaching it from the right angle. And what I mean by that is, and I know Will hates this for this podcast, but I really liked pauses and silence during the show. So if I felt an awkward moment, I would just sort of let it linger there for a little longer than I should have, and the audience would start to wonder, and then that's when you actually hit them with the I guess you could call it a punchline or move on to the next part of the set. And for a lot of them, it will provoke a reaction of laughter. That's what I could see from my very short time attempting it, and but it also seems like it would be a very difficult way to develop a full, say, half-hour set of doing stuff like this, and it's one of the things that kind of turned me off from attempting to go further, because I realized, this is great for 15 minutes from people who have absolutely no idea what they're getting into. It was also great because the particular venue I tried it in didn't serve alcohol, and so the that element wasn't there, and I thought it kind of worked better for a sober crowd. But
I think that's just a testament. I've been trying to get Holker to get back on stage. I think it's a testament to how good you were and are, that people weren't loosened up and drunk. They were on fucking caffeine, like trying to do, they had like their laptops trying to do work.
Oh yeah, that was
my
goal.
Laughing. And
yeah, when I got up there, I was a jealous god, and there, thou shalt close thy laptop and look at me.
That's
it's a testament to have pauses for sure, like standing up there and just like
Mike, what were you saying?
letting.
No, it's like very hard to like. That's something I always do, no matter what I'm doing when I'm on stage. I'm always trying to gauge the audience's reaction. Like I'm looking at them, really, when I should be focusing on trying to remember the words to my songs. And like I should be like, should be really like, are they paying attention to me? Are they paying attention to me? Like brain fart. When I'm looking at, I should be trying to remember how the words go. And I do have them committed to muscle memory, but sometimes there's just like a malfunction, and I was too busy. Oh, 2 people just went to the bar. 2 people just went outside. Am I losing them? Oh, I actually just lost the lyric. You know,
give some of your favorite lyrics. Just if you have anything that.
Well, I want to tell a story. I do want to tell a cool. This is about 2007 or 8. I can't remember when. God, just here. Tell a story. 2000 Old Man River. But this is around that era. I went to Chicago because I was invited by a comedian by the name of James Fritz to do a showcase, and a comedy showcase with some other comedians. I don't know why I'm calling myself a comedian, but there were 3 stand-up comedians and me. So I was going to do a showcase with them, and he was hosting it. And after that, there was like some open mics. And then in comes afterwards, in comes Hannibal Buress.
Who is this?
Do you know who Hannibal Buress?
No, I don't know who it is. Who is it?
He's like an actor. He was like he's a stand-up comedian and an actor. He was on the Eric Andre show. He's been in some movies. He was in Tag with John Hamm. What other movie? He was in Broad City.
The name is familiar, but I don't know the person.
You would, if you see a picture of Hannibal Buress, you'll be like, "Oh, that guy."
Buress. Yeah, let me
wrote
him up real quick.
5.
Oh yeah. He's been in everything.
Yeah, that guy. And he's like, I'm like, and everybody, he was like, I guess he had been gone to LA for a while to do some writing, and he just flown back home, and he came back in, and everybody was like, oh, the conquering hero, you know, Hannibal Buress. And he came in and he did about 3 or 4 minutes of stand up. So technically I did a gig with Hannibal Buress.
Yeah, I mean, his website is on point. Apparently, he's going to be in Brea, California, and Oxnard. Yeah, I feel. I mean, I have holes in my head, so it's not my fault.
Well, I'm used to see that picture of him. He's not wearing glasses. Like every photo I've ever seen of him, like he wears glasses. In that photo, he's not wearing them.
Right.
It's weird. I didn't do it.
I've definitely seen him. I definitely listened to his comedy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. So he rolls in. Was that intimidating, or was it just kind of like a holy shit?
Well, but it was like, I was like, I thought I did an all right job, but then like he comes in and it's like, oh no, this is a real comedian. Like I'm just some. I'm some dilettante who's just goofing off, singing songs. This is a real comedian who like this is a wizard. This is a wizard.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Though, is focus is so powerful. Like a lot of these. Granted, he seems to do a lot of different things, but I've noticed like these people. I'll say. So one of my roommates is a very talented guitarist who apparently is going to go on tour soon, and he's always in his room. and drinking lots and lots of Coke, as in soda, or Dr. Pepper or something. And one day, I heard his music, and I was like, "Is that you playing the guitar?" And I mean, he's ripping the guitar in half, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" But that's all he does. Literally, that's all he does. He's in his room, making this guitar rock and roll, and he's drinking Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, and he's making ramen and drinking Dr. Pepper.
That's what the dude does. That's it. And so I'm sitting here like, well, what do? 3 fucking podcasts. I'm an actor. Got kind of a band. You know, writing shit. There's a fucking book. Like, you know, what the fuck? So I feel like when you're doing many different things, it's easy to compare yourself to someone who's a laser beam, and it'd be like, what the fuck am I doing? But that doesn't delegitimize what you're doing. Why am I doing a pep talk right now?
No,
what,
I mean,
what
no.
is this book that you wrote again? I forget what book it was. What was
Buttholes, TTRPG. It's all about
Buttholes.
your ass.
Getting close to the camera. Okay, I'll have to. Yeah, you wrote that?
Yeah, you wrote. Yeah. It's pretty thick. Show that it doesn't matter. Yeah, show that paper part where you can see how thick it is.
Yeah,
it's upside down. Oh, okay.
Well, backwards.
I got the book too.
Wow.
Hey, you want a book? Yeah.
That's amazing.
Well, you know, if only it's gaining a little bit more traction.
Are you selling some books?
I have sold a few extra books. The thing is that there are a blue million tabletop role-playing games, and people don't want to read. The thing about this book is, I'm trying to find a picture of Holker. He was actually in it. Oh, well. It's got a bunch of art and stuff, and...
Hold on 1 second. I gotcha.
The digital version is free, and it's the whole book. So you can actually get it if you want.
Awesome.
But it's a cool book. I wanted a tome. I was told plenty of times to cut it down in size, but I wanted all the lore in there. The actual dimensions of that book make it thick. Like a D&D book is actually an 8.5 by 11. This book is a 10 by 7, which what that means is it's going to be thicker than whatnot. Regardless, my point, Ken, thanks for the plug. When you're doing a blue million things, it's really easy to disparage oneself when you compare yourself to other people who are doing one thing, because that one thing is going to be further along. I do a chess podcast. It's called Chess with Bill, right? Great. Right. Awesome. I fucking suck at chess and I'm trying to get better. Well, there's other peers, contemporaries of mine. I've got 200 subscribers, okay? Which I just got to that mark, which is awesome. They started the same time. They're at 1,000. And I'm like, so I look at what they're doing and I'm like, what are they doing? Oh, this is all they're doing. Like, this is what they do. You know, I'm doing so much other stuff.
Yeah, you have 203 subscribers.
Right.
Meanwhile,
DreadLore has like 92.
Kind of a point on it.
Yeah.
The thing that you could actually make money off of has 93 subscribers.
93. We gained one.
Yeah, we did. We got one the other day.
The Geeky Gamer podcast is going to be something that gets subscribers, because I think talking to people like you, Mike, it's going to be better. It's going to be better that way.
Awesome.
Question: Kentucky P.
Kentucky Prophet. That's his. That's
Kentucky
the band.
Prophet.
Yeah, that's the band name. So can I do a follow up on the Kentucky Prophet? Not to be random.
Please do.
Edgar Case. Casey. Do you know who that is, Mike?
Yeah. I didn't know.
Was that any influence on you when you made the band, or it was just?
I didn't know who Edgar Casey was when I called myself Kentucky Prophet. That was a name that was given to me when I started, because that was okay. I said the two producers that they gave me the name Kentucky Prophet.
The Ithacans.
Yeah, the Kentucky Prophet thing was they said let's get the Kentucky Prophet into the booth. So
can you give me just a couple of lyrics? Some good lyrics that are wrong. Get something that we can highlight. Give me some lyrics.
Favorite lyrics? You mean like from something that I recorded? Okay, you know what? Let's talk. All right. This is from Mornoiz. This is from the latest band I've been in.
Yeah.
I'm a Disneyland shotgun and a beard. I'm a Disneyland shotgun and a beard. Throwing up in the parking lot. I've been waiting for this all year. Don't you? Oh no. Okay, this is a song about a guy who saved all his vacation days to go to Disneyland, and he's going by himself. He's like, summer's here. It's the 1st of June. I got a vacation, and it's coming up real soon. Everybody went surfing USA, to the land of the rising sun, California. Yeah. He thinks the land of the rising sun, Japan.
Yeah.
But he, California.
Right, because he's in the West. It's actually a setting sun.
See?
Yeah. I did actually think about it when you said it, and then I was like, I'm gonna go with it. Oh, it's intentional. Yeah. Fuck yeah. That's clever.
Yeah, I like writing songs about stupid people.
Good. By the way, on Hannibal Buress's page on his IMDb, this is just an anecdote, Ken. NTK worked with him.
Worked with who?
Hannibal Buress.
Okay.
Yeah, he worked with him on Neighbors, which I think I've heard of. Comedy movie. I don't know. Yeah,
my buddy was I think he was in the background on Neighbors. I could be wrong. I tried to introduce him to you, but you guys did not connect or click in any way whatsoever because you're the same.
You say that, but like,
it wasn't your fault. It wasn't his fault. It was the wrong time. I don't know.
I fall victim to to the insanity, which many people do, I suppose, where I assume other people think like I do.
Nobody thinks
which
like
is
you, Bill.
Not the truth. It's not the truth, and it's a logical fallacy. What is the connection? This gets us into a whole nother ball of wax and Los Angeles and working with people, Mike, like collaboration, and why does it work? Why doesn't it, I should say. So, not to get into the minutia of this conversation that Ken is referencing, it was over Messenger. There was nothing bad that happened, but nothing happened, right? And so that can be interpreted in many ways. From your perspective, because who gives a fuck about this conversation? From your perspective, what do you think about like connecting with people? What's a better way to frame this? What it should work, right? Like Ken, it should have worked, but it didn't work. What do you think? Mike?
Really know the particulars of it. I don't know the particulars. I don't know how much you want to share or not. I mean, I think you probably shared all.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
But I mean, it's like if people want it to work, they'll try to make it work. Even
boom. So there you go. That's it. They want it to work. They'll put the energy in.
It's like, I mean, I was in Technology versus Horse from 2004 to 2017.
23. I mean, you played a show last week, or
but the band has played twice. Yeah, but like we reunited to do 2 shows. You're being a stickler.
Welcome to my world.
we kind of went on hiatus. Okay, fine. We went on hiatus in 2017 and we regrouped in 2020 and we regrouped again on the 30th of December last year. So we were a band for 13 years and we released 6 albums. It was not always sunshine and rainbows. But we made it work because we wanted it to work. And right. You have to do that if you want it to work. And that means giving and getting. That means like, okay, that means compromising. That means, okay, I don't know if I'm totally in love with your idea, but I'm willing to try it out and see if it'll work.
Right.
And if
and
it
sometimes
works,
that's not even enough.
Sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes it's not enough. And but it's like willing to hear the other person out. Sometimes it's like, and sometimes you have to go. Sometimes it's just like you have to be willing to just let them say what they want to say and just let them express their idea. Because, and sometimes they have to, it's like, well, it's just expressing the idea can be enough because unfortunately, at least on our level, it's like, wow, we had a lot of cool ideas, but it was just kind of impractical to like, some of the ideas we had were kind of impractical. Like, oh, wow, it would have been cool to do more theatrical stuff. But unfortunately, well,
shit happens.
We don't have the resources to do everything we want to do.
You did some pretty theatrical stuff with technology versus horse. I mean, I remember seeing a show in Louisville where you had a mask on, you were shirtless. There was a lot of groaning. It was very immersive. It was a very loud show.
Yeah,
where
but
did you guys go on?
Oh no, we played a lot of places. We played in a lot of in Bowling Green. We played pretty much anywhere we were allowed to play. Bars, coffee houses, just any like all ages club. We played the public library.
Oh my!
We played a convention of a disc golf tournament and convention. That was
good
experience. People were not terribly enamored with us. Except I don't even know if the person who booked us was enamored with us.
Yeah,
but
man. The bookies, they're not called bookies. People that book, like, I get it. Sometimes they just need to fill spots, but like, we had a rock band. We rolled into Big Hill. You guys know where Big Hill is? Hulker, do you know where Big Hill is?
No, I don't.
Wow. Yeah, if you go toward Berea, you'll find Big Hill. It's a day show. What do y'all think about day shows?
They're okay. I mean, it's like, well, we played a lot on campus during the day, and it's like, it would be like, kind of,
I hate day shows, dude.
It's kind of like people walking around minding their own business, and they stop for a minute and watch, and then they walk away, and it's like, it happens a lot, so it's like,
now that sounds like
it's like
every show.
Yeah.
It's you just have, exactly. You just sort of like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to like, I got your attention. I'm gonna make the most out of it. Now
that said, there's an old to wrap up my story. Basically, we played at some buttfuck nowhere place that had a bunch of potatoes in the room, and they were incredibly religious, and we were like, where the fuck? Anyway, we almost didn't play. We did. There's this idea of play the show as though there's 1,000, 10,000 people, whether there's one person or not, right? There's an old YouTube video, you guys have probably seen it. It's of Rage Against the Machine before they blew up, and they're playing like
it's like a
not
college campus.
Yeah, it's like a fair. It would be like the Woodland Arts Fair. So like, for people that don't know what that is, think of a park and then a Rotary Club decides to be like, everybody come out and show your canned peas and your shitty paintings, and fucking Rage Against the Machine is playing in a gazebo. And people are walking by like, what the fuck is this? And then there's a few people that are like, dude, what the fuck is this? And they're wearing all the grunge bullshit because it's that era. And they're going absolutely full on. And there's nobody watching them. Like maybe one or two people, and they're doing the thing that we've all experienced, where it's people like, they don't care about you. And Rage Against the Machine, fucking Rage, is exploding right there. So I think that gives some credence. There's a producer, Ken, you showed it to me. The guy who he produced the Red Hot Chili Peppers for a while. Anyway, he's
Rick
talking
Rubin?
about Rick Rubin. It's going on Instagram right now, but it's this whole idea. I will paraphrase. Ken, do you remember exactly what he says? Do you know what I'm talking about?
How does the this old lady boil in that plastic bag?
No, not that one. It's the it's not Rick Rubin.
You're talking about. No, I know.
You sent it to me. It's
Okay.
Rick Rubin saying, you don't do art for the audience.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like you do art for yourself, and you are compelled to do it. It's not always a fun thing. You do it because you have to do it. My old painting teacher told me this once. A guy named Foose. He was like, Will, I was laying on the floor with my hair dyed in the Reynolds building, this old tobacco warehouse that was the art place at the time. And I was very dramatic. I was laying on the floor, depressed clinically. And he walks up with his limp. I think he was about 800 years old at the time. And he goes, Will. And I was like, yes. And he goes, why do you paint? And I was like, because I have to. And he's like, whatever, and walk off. But that's a thing. You do your art because you have to do the art. And if you're doing it for views or subscribers, this is awful. This is awful. Like maybe some people they got that narcissistic Gen Z in them, and they can fucking do it. Not to throw Gen Z under the bus. Maybe they can do it. Maybe they just want to do it. I don't want to do it. I fucking hate it. I hate it. And I've realized the reason that I hate it is because it's very reminiscent of being in high school and trying to be popular. And when high school ended, I was so glad. And I was like, finally, I'm in the real world where it's not like high school. It's not about popularity. Like fucking hell. My point. Rick Rubin. You do your art because you have to do it. You put it out there because you have to do it. And if it lands with someone, you cannot make it land with people. If it lands, it lands. And then it's a good thing.
You hope that it lands with people, obviously. But I mean, it's like I put the music out there because I want people to. Because I want people to hear it. I hope people hear it.
Yeah.
That everybody hears it at all is a miracle. That if one person hears what I do and enjoys it, then I.
Well, I enjoyed it. I got on your Bandcamp and on your Mornoiz.
Yeah.
Spelled kind of phonetically.
Oh, yeah. I've got the shirt.
Oh, boom.
Mornoiz.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I had the shirt on.
Do you have like a merch page or anything?
We don't have a merch page. The band is. We have a Bandcamp, so you can if you want to, you can download our first album. Mm-hmm. We have a Spotify where you can listen to both of our albums. Our band is no longer active. Our bass player moved away. He moved to upstate New York. The drummer and the guitar player and I are working on a new group with a new sound. so we have 10 songs, enough for a full album. We're trying to recruit a new bass player, and
Ken
we're
plays
in this.
bass.
Huh?
Ken plays bass.
I don't know if Ken
I
wants
have
to
a
make.
bass. I love. Mike and I have made a lot of music together. I really enjoy working with Mike. I usually write a song, and then I'll write a bunch of songs, and I'll play Mike a bunch of songs, and he won't like most of them, and occasionally, he'll be like, "Okay, this one I can work with," and then we record on that song.
Yeah.
Holker plays bass.
Yeah, I look forward to jamming with Holker.
Yeah, you taught me.
We can do
Kind of.
dueling bass.
Yeah. Anyway, so you have Mornoiz. It is good, and you're starting a new project, is what you said.
Right. There's a new project on the way.
Yeah, fucking A. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. I use them for DreadLore's merch. Red Bubble. Have you heard of them?
Redbubble. I've heard of Redbubble. Is it like a distribution service?
No, so it's a marketplace. It is free to use is the reason I use it. So instead of something like Etsy or whatever the fuck, it's free to set up your thing. Their customer service is really good. Their website could use some work, but it works, and their customer service is very good. They take, I think it's like 40 or 50% of whatever you make, but it's free, and it's very good for artists. And you know, if you don't have a bunch of capital, or if you're not like a business that's established, you can use it. It's called Redbubble. They are really solid. A lot of different options. Blah 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 blah.
Yellow bubble, red bubble,
and the quality of I've specifically got the t-shirts, and I made my special lady friend a dress, and the quality is really good.
Do they do the printing and?
Yeah.
Okay.
They do the printing and they ship it. So there's a couple of them that I was looking through. Some of them, you know, you put up your designs and then you have to deal with the money. Some of them, you know, it's you're paying for a marketplace and the promo and all that crap. Redbubble is free. Now I will say this: I've gotten zero throughput. I just made up that word. People coming to my site. So I don't think they promo. Like, you're gonna have to do your own kind of promo, your own tags, all that shit. But just for, hey, here's a link to our shit, it's not costing us any money for you to get a t-shirt. Perfect.
Okay.
Little bit on the expensive side. You know, I think t-shirts are like $22 or something, maybe 23, 25 with like shipping. But, you know, hey, it's on your website. It's not costing you money, making you a little bit, whatever.
That's not bad for a t-shirt, actually. I mean, and that's not bad for a t-shirt, actually.
And you're getting, you know, you are getting paid, and they're not charging. So I'm a proponent of Redbubble. I hope they don't turn out to be like fucking Nazis or something.
I have 2 TBH shirts, so I don't have a whole lot of band shirts, but I definitely have 2 technology versus
I'm wearing
horse
a band shirt. You guys ever heard of these guys?
Sex. That's a local band, yeah, isn't it?
No, they're not local. I think.
Allie likes that.
I think they're
band.
Northeast. I think they're in the Northeast. I think. I'm not 100%.
Yeah. They played the
but
Dame, didn't they?
No, I think they're too young for the Dame. They played the Burl for sure. That's where I saw them. And I really like
Speaking of the Dame, have we all played the Dame?
I think so.
No.
No?
Oh.
In Lex,
I didn't ever go to the Dame. Oh, did you play the Dame? You probably played the Dame, Mike.
We played the show. Oh, yeah, okay.
I played the original location as Kentucky Prophet, and I played there with I think I played there with Technology versus Horse too.
Yeah. Did you play
Bars-
at? Did you ever play at Buster's?
I never played Bus.
Al's Bar.
Yeah.
Don't remember.
You
Don't
played.
think-
I would be surprised if you didn't play Alice.
Might have.
Yeah.
I was just
might
on the
have been-
circuit.
that might have been the night that a girl grinded herself against the edge of the pool table while I was singing.
Possible.
Either that or
But
instance.
that sounds more like Buster's.
That does sound like Buster's. Back in the day.
Yeah, I think there's a place in Cincinnati called it sounds like Buster's. It's not called
The
Buster's,
Northside
though.
Tavern.
Yeah.
I think it was the Northside Tavern.
Okay.
You're thinking of it's not the Broadway. What's it fucking called?
Bunkers or
No. It's
Bonko.
I saw what was that band? Him.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw him there with this
nice.
girl, and I was like, "What the fuck is this shit? Oh my god!" Yeah, it was not a good show. What was that place? It's not Boomers. It's still
Bogart?
there. Bogarts.
Bogarts, yeah.
Bogarts.
That's it.
Bogarts. Yeah, Bogarts. And then Headliners is in Louisville, I think. Anyway, okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go get some coffee, use El Baño, pull out the hard liquor, and we'll rock and roll.
Yeah,
All right.
I need a short one. All right. Break. That's what we want. So that took longer than we thought. Welcome back to the Geeky Gamer Podcast.
Geeky Gamer Podcast.
We do it every Thursday at 7 p.m. EST to like unknown. We've been known to talk on this podcast for 7 hours. Hopefully not tonight. Anyway, we're here with Mike Farmer, and real quick, thanks to the Patreon for all you guys do and paying some of our expenses and getting us through some of the more difficult parts of what it's like to produce. We're going to go with 8 to 10 hours of content a week. Thanks to the Tim Roberts, Daniel Hulker, and Nostalgic. Thank you for all the art and media production for this 10-hour-a-week podcast, Couchfire Media. And thanks for a lot of like the stories we tell, the reasons why we'll all get canceled no matter what we think. Trois Rible Productions.
Whoever they are.
You are important. You're good enough. You're smart enough. And gosh darn it, people like you. This is the Geeky Gamer Podcast. Welcome back. Say, Mike Farmer.
I'm glad to be back.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being on our while we mukbang and blow our nose. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. The mukbang has started.
I have readjusted my position because the Discord app drains the phone.
It does.
So
so quick question, what are you drinking tonight?
I am drinking a bottle of water with a drink mix in it. Earlier I was drinking a Monster Energy drink, which I dropped on the floor. I don't know if you noticed that. While we were in the break, I dropped an entire bottle of I let an entire bottle of water sink in the back of the couch. So I had to go replace that while we were at the break. And right now, I'm just refreshing myself with some HTO.
Yeah. Well, after you're 40, you tend to drop things more. I feel like I drop more stuff. Post 40s, I can't walk in pitch black anymore, or not drop things.
Could you ever walk in pitch black?
I can. I get through my house. Like if there's no light anywhere, I can walk around my house without any issue. Not seeing anything. I can take a cat out of my bed and shut the door, put him outside the room and shut the door. 2 cats in pitch black.
I'm gonna need more details on this cat.
He sees better than the cats.
The cats, they like to lay on your head. If you leave them in the room, they're gonna lay on your head.
Up on these cats.
I take the cats out, and so they don't they like to go in like in the morning at like 5 o'clock in the morning. They're like, "What do we do? We're gonna jump on you because our food's not open yet." Like you can't have cats doing that. The cats need to be elsewhere. I'm drinking Town Branch, by the way, bottled in Lexington, Kentucky. Wonderful bourbon, and I have a cat sniffing my foot and rubbing against me right now.
I mean, I guess since we're going to talk about them, are you guys cats or dog people?
Cats. But Hulker, what are you drinking before you talk about your cat?
Water.
And mushrooms.
No, water. Tap water. Filtered tap water.
Mushroomless water. Did you filter the water, or is the water in Frankfurt like?
I filter it. I can drink the tap water if I wanted to because I'm hardcore like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I have a filter, and I use the filter to create water that I then ingest through my mouth daily. from a cup.
Is what it's come to. I drink from the hose.
Yeah, but the Gen Z, they don't drink from the hose, do they?
No, they don't.
I mean, I drink through a hose. It's got that PFAS taste.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's got that extra chemically. I like did that throughout the 80s, and this, it's like I remember that.
Yeah, I will.
When was the last
Never mind.
time? Do you remember? Have you ever drunk from a hose, Mike?
Oh yeah, I have. When I was a kid, yeah.
I don't think I ever drank from a hose. I don't think I drank water at all as a kid. I think I only drank Mountain Dew.
Okay, so I have to now bring this up. Do I have to bring it up? It's a shitty thing to bring up, and I'm going to bring it up. So you didn't
All right.
drink from the hose, right?
No.
Yeah,
No.
so we did, and all three of us. I'm not going to say it.
Say it.
Anyway.
No, go ahead, say it. Say what?
Well,
We
you
turned
have a
out well.
full head of hair. That's where I'm going with this. I'm just saying, man. All three of us
don't
kinda-
drink through the hose, guys. Just don't do it.
We're like,
Drinking from
oh
the
yeah, that
hose.
Oh, okay.
rubber taste. Oh yeah.
Okay, I thought it was going to be a slam on me. Okay. well,
No.
I can't in good conscience blame the hose because both sides of my family, I'm on course. I'll just say that.
I
blame
blame
the
my
hose.
grandfather.
Mm.
Or my mom.
And his grandfather's grandfather, his grandfather, drank from the hose. Look what happened.
Everybody. Since the Roman times.
That's right.
Out of those lead
Since the
pipes.
aqueduct. Dude, have you ever
Yeah.
looked up the have you ever looked up what the aqueducts, like how they actually were engineered?
Not since.
Blew my goddamn mind. There's a YouTube, of course.
Yeah.
Blew my goddamn mind. Check it out. Like, from what I understand, there are elements of the aqueducts that we still don't quite understand. Like, there's like gears and shit. Like, they employed actual engines. I don't mean like, combustion engines, but they are ridiculously complicated. Might check it out. Like, they actually filter their water, for example.
Okay.
So,
Think about-
speaking of that and other geeky things, I've noticed out here, I have no problem drinking from the tap. Probably because I'm from, where we're all from. Or maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know. But out
Yeah,
here, they're
you're
like,
an
dude,
idiot.
what are you doing? What are you drinking?
Yeah,
Don't drink from the tap. And I'm like, why?
Don't drink from the tap.
But I do.
It's a bad idea. Just don't.
When I lived there, I was told don't drink from the tap, and then I would turn on the tap, and then I'd be like, ooh, I could see the particles in the water. I could see
That's the good stuff. That's how you know it's real.
that's the seasoning.
That's the
You get the
seasoning.
minerals. It's the vitamins and minerals that you're missing.
Yeah.
I filtered the water in LA once I could afford a water filter. It took, I don't think I could afford a water filter until like 2004, 2000.
I don't think they were
5.
existed until 2004 or so.
Oh, they had water filters, I think.
Pretty sure they didn't.
Pre 2004.
Cheesecloth. So
But I drink from the tap in LA. Don't drink from the tap in Louisiana or like Florida.
see, I wouldn't do that. It tastes like an alligator.
Yeah, it's not good. Georgia, I would not
I'm not
drink from the
insane.
tap in Georgia.
No, tap water in the South, like past Tennessee. I'm just making
Yeah.
this up. It's out of my ass. Tastes like it is out of my ass.
Yeah,
It is
South
not
Carolina.
good water.
don't do
not
it.
good water.
It's soft. It's very soft.
I don't know what it is, but it tastes like booty.
Yeah, it's not good.
Have you got? This is a riveting conversation, but I'm going to keep on going with it. Have you guys gone to the east of Kentucky? I know that we're all from Kentucky, but have you been? Well, technically, you were from Indiana.
My
We'll let
pa's
that
from
keep-
Breathitt County.
Yeah. Have you ever been to the east, Mike?
I went to Casey County last year, and then I went to Casey County to visit a friend, and then went to Somerset to a music festival. master musician. So I have a friend who, I have a friend who's a music business manager and manages an artist who performed there. And she took me to the festival to visit and watch the artist she was representing. So I went to go see that. So that was I guess as east as Casey County. So
is Somerset in Casey?
Frankfurt, and I've been to Lexington, but like in terms, I think I've been more east than Casey County.
Yeah, Pikeville.
Pikeville.
Pikeville that's a mountainy little town.
Yeah, once you get past, what is it? Winchester? Maybe a little bit further. I mean, you're still in rolling hills. You can see the mountains from Richmond.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I can
my
see
point.
Russia from my house.
You can see.
Sorry.
It's a whole different thing. My point of saying all of this, have you ever had well water?
I think I have. I think one of my uncles had a well, and I think this is when I was a little boy. So we went to his house and we got water out of the well. But this is a long, long time ago. This is probably when I was like 8 or 9 years old.
My buddy, or our Hulker, my buddy Chad, he's from the east, from the hills, as he calls them, and he said that I think he was a teenager when they got city water, and I was like, "The fuck's city water, Chad?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, you don't know." Apparently, they were all the hollers. Which, if people who are listening to this or watching, what is a holler?
It's
Who wants to answer?
It's a rather isolated. It's kind of like the Appalachian version of a cul-de-sac.
Yeah. So holler is the way you say it. It's actually a hollow, is what it is. Hollow in a mountain. So the holler, they before they had the mountaintop removal, they would have wells, and apparently, that water is literally delicious. I've never had Kentucky spring water.
You have.
I have. I've had.
Have you ever had hybrid spring water?
I mean, in a bottle.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's spring water. It comes out of the ground.
I think that's from India.
No, it's Highbridge is
pretty sure.
near.
They ship it
near Highbridge, that big train track off the Kentucky River. I think it's relatively close to. Is it close to Holes in the River, or is it close to Shakertown? I couldn't tell you. We're getting pretty.
I mean, have you ever smelled the Kentucky River?
Yes,
I would not
I
drink
lived
out
next
of
to it for 8.5 years.
Just
I would not drink out of that.
Doesn't.
I wouldn't drink out of the Elkhorn either.
We're not I don't want that well water.
Now I know some places that they didn't have
really
well
hot.
water, but when I was growing up, they had the water hauled out in trucks.
Huh.
In other words, you'd have a truck with a giant water tank. It would drive out there, and it would fill you back up, and then you'd see it next week or something like that.
So,
Interesting.
speaking of wells and Kentucky water, Mike, why don't you? I mean, it doesn't seem like you have much of an accent. What's the deal with that? I mean, I've met a lot of people from Owensboro and sort of Western Kentucky.
I don't really have much of an accent. It's like, I don't know if it's the fact that I was born in Indiana. But the thing is, I didn't live in Indiana very long. When I was a kid, I had more of an accent. But then I just sort of realized that I could not talk with the accent. Like, I sort of think the accent, as a kid, I sort of realized that I was affecting it. And I putting it on, and then I decided that I didn't want to talk like that. So I decided to not do that. There are times when I'm really kind of like slurring in my speech. Like I guess maybe when I'm tired or anxious, I'm like, this is sort of like.
Well, you pay attention to how you talk. Is the thing.
Yeah,
I kind of think that you sound sort of like Frank Zappa. Is there? Did you listen to a lot of Frank Zappa when you were young, or
when I was in high school? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
when I was in high school, I
think that's where your accent comes from.
I
You got
Zappa twang going on.
I remember we were driving down in LA. I was in my green van, and I picked you up from the valley, and we were going to my house to record some stuff, and we drove by Frank Zappa's house. That was pretty cool. And I think you pointed out that was his house, or is that how I learned?
The
that it was
log
his house, or yeah,
he had a log cabin on, I believe, Lookout Mountain Drive, which is the famous log cabin that was written about. There was a song called "Blues from Laurel Canyon" by John Mayall, the blues singer from England, who had the famous group, the Blues Breakers, that had Peter Green in it from Fleetwood Mac, and Mick Taylor from the Rolling Stones, and Eric Clapton, the famous blues group. And John Mayall had a famous song called "Blues from Laurel Canyon," and it was written about Frank Zappa's log cabin. And it was a log cabin that had been owned in the 1920s by an actor named Tom Mix, who was like a silent film actor. And it had there was a surface level and like a basement level. And in the 60s, during like the psychedelic era, Frank Zappa lived there. He probably lived there less than a year, but he would have all these rock and roll luminaries come by, and it was kind of like Laurel Canyon was kind of like the epicenter of like American rock and roll. And going to visit Frank was like a thing that people wanted to do because they thought like Frank was like kind of like the hip.
So he's the man in the mountain, and he knew about everything. Like he was smart.
A very smart guy. I mean, the guy was as famous for his. I mean, I think he was just as famous for his interviews as he was for his music. Because there are still clips of him going around, like sure. His interview clips. I mean, there's a famous clip of him in the '80s talking about like the rise of religious fanaticism in America that still gets played. Sure. Still goes. But like at the time, but what happened was he lived there in that log cabin for like probably 6 to 8 months, and then like it was immortalized in song, and then he finally had to leave because it got too crazy and people started stalking him, and he finally moved into the Hollywood Hills, and he was, people couldn't, it was harder for people to get to him after that because he kind of wanted to be less accessible to the public.
Okay, I'm gonna do one of my wonderful, like, we're gonna change the subject completely. Favorite video games? Do you have any favorite? This is
yeah. Let's get away from Frank and the log cabin. Talk about video games. I love football games. I love Madden. I love NCAA football, which I think they didn't do NCAA football for a long time because the college football players weren't getting paid. There was a lawsuit against because football players weren't getting paid for their likenesses, and then like there was a class action lawsuit from the football players saying we want to get paid for our likeness. So the manufacturer of the video game said, well, we're not going to make the game anymore, but I think they are going to release a new NCAA football game for the PS5 this year. So that should be cool. And I also liked the WWE video games. And I haven't played video games in a long time. But when I played, this was the era of the PS2. This is like, 2006, 2007. I love playing Madden, playing NCAA, playing SmackDown versus Raw, WWE. I love playing that stuff. I love wrestling video games. Love wrestling. I love it.
What is the draw to wrestling?
Say what?
What is the draw? I mean, do you like the drama? Do you like the moves? We were talking about wrestling with the guest last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, and I meant to have that question written down because I wanted a second opinion on wrestling. I think it had to do with wrestling. Like, do you believe it's real, or is that a...
No, I like compelling characters. They're doing a thing that is very difficult to do, and I enjoy the fact that they're doing it. I appreciate that they're doing it. And it's like, if you have a character that you like, if you have a character that you enjoy in any sort of thing, whether it's a television show or a movie, you're interested in that character's progress. You want to see what's going to happen with that character next. The same thing happens, and the same thing goes with wrestling. I care about this particular wrestler. I want to know what's going to happen with them next. Are they going to win? Are they going to lose? If they're in a feud with another wrestler, what's going to happen in that feud? Are they going to beat that guy? Are they going to lose that guy? What's going to happen? What if they get, what happens if a group of thugs come and beat that guy up? Are they going to get revenge? It's just the human drama, and I'm interested in that.
Do you have a favorite wrestler, somebody that you follow at this point?
Or followed? I mean, I liked Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan. Like, they were cool.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
His name is Eddie Kingston. He wrestled for a company called All Elite Wrestling. And he's sort of you wouldn't look at him and think, oh, that's a wrestler. He looks like a guy who would work on the docks in New York City. He looks like a longshoreman. He's just like this. He's like this Puerto Rican guy who, he kind of has a bit of a belly, but he fights, and he fights hard, and he's kind of an everyman, and people find him and they support him, and he has sort of a, it's a sort of a thing that you're rooting for him, because it's like, he's like the everyman that the audience kind of sees themselves in. You don't see yourself like, as an adult, I don't see like the Hulk Hogan. I don't see myself in the Hulk Hogan, the big jacked guy with the muscles. I see, that guy who's like, kind of paunchy, but like, who's kind of an underdog. That's my character. That's my guy. That's the guy I'm rooting for. That guy but he's got heart, and he's got determination. He's got grit. He's fighting, for, his opportunity. He's fighting for the title. He's trying to make it happen. And that's somebody that, that I think a lot of people who watch wrestling, a lot of hardcore fans go, yeah, that's the guy I identify with,
Do you can you fill us in a little about the storyline that's maybe going on now, or is it change every week? Is there a dynamic or a betrayal that we should be focusing on?
Well, I mean, let's see. I was watching AEW Dynamite last night, and Eddie wasn't on it, but he's going to be on. He's going to be on the Saturday show. He's in a tag match. What happened last night was the world champion had a title defense. Samoa Joe. He's this tough Samoan wrestler. He's a veteran, and he's a tough guy. He had a title match against a second generation wrestler named Hook, who his dad was a wrestler. He's a young guy, probably about 23 years old. And he's a young guy. He's kind of scrawny, but he's tough. And he's earn an opportunity to fight for the title, and he's working for this opportunity, and he goes in there and he's trying to just show what he can do trying to show what he can do and maybe get the upset and win the world title. He goes in there, he's fists flying, trying to get the upset. Match goes on for about 8 minutes. Samoa Joe wrecks his shit. Completely wrecks him. Match ends. Samoa Joe leaves the ring. The kid stands up. He's like he's trying to stand up as if to say, I ain't done. The match is done, but he's like, you beat me,
I'm not done yet.
I'm still standing. Samoa Joe goes back in, drops him again. He leaves the ring. Kid stands up again. He's staggering up. Crowd's going crazy. They're like, he's staggering to get up, climbing up, he's trying. This kid, he's just a kid, He's a boy in a man's world. Samoa Joe goes in there, drops him again. Who comes to the rescue? This other guy named Hangman Page. Hangman Page comes to the rescue. This guy who's going to challenge, who's basically made it known. He's the former champion, and he wants Samoa Joe. And he comes to the rescue to save the kid from Samoa Joe. Chases Samoa Joe out of the ring. That's how the show ended last. Meanwhile, there's this other guy, Swerve Strickland. He also wants the title. And he's just kind of he's mean mugging. We got a case of the good, the bad, and the ugly. We got Hangman Page, Samoa Joe, and Swerve Strickland. These three guys. One of them's the champion, two of them want to be the champion. And it's there can be only one, but these three guys, they all want the same thing. And probably they're going to have a match for the title. Probably all three of them. There's probably going to be a three-way match for the title. And
do they do that? Is that a thing? They do a three-way last man stand thing. I know they do cage. Do they still do cage matches where they'll put a cage on things and they won't let people leave? And
oh yeah, they do cage matches sometimes. And occasionally there's all kinds of matches. I mean, there are three-way matches. There are four-way matches. Battle royals, where the idea is to throw everybody over the top rope and the last one in the ring wins. Ladder matches, where yeah, the idea is the ladder. There is an opportunity for a world title match is hanging, a contract for a world title match is hanging over the ring, and you have to use a ladder to climb up the ladder to get the world title, and whoever grabs it wins. And there's probably 6 or 7 people in this match. But here's the thing. In the match, the ladder is a weapon. So people get body slammed with the ladder. People grab the ladder and hit each other with it. People, get slingshotted into the ladder. All kinds of damage can be done to a body. People jump off the ladder onto each other. All kinds of crazy things can happen. All kinds of unbelievable stuff can happen in a ladder match.
Now, I pick up a ladder and it hurts me just picking it up.
Yeah.
Ladders are dangerous.
Now,
what are you gonna say, Bill?
Oh, go on, Mike.
Now imagine somebody picking you up, pressing you all the way up in the air, and then dropping you onto a ladder that's on the ground.
Oh, it sounds great.
Yeah, I know. Since it's really good for the.
Yeah, I mean, I had no idea. I have been to a wrestling match. It was amateur wrestling, and it was a lot of fun.
You mean
I'm sorry?
You mean Greco-Roman or?
No, just amateur Amateur, like it's not pro wrestling, but it's amateur wrestling.
Oh, like independent, like small time, kind of like.
Yeah, they used to have them. I don't know if they still do in Paris, Kentucky.
Oh, okay. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
And they were good, man. You know, you get the fucking hot dog and you watch people like leap around, and they're actually pretty good. Video game wise, I mean, there's the arcade, the WWF. What is it called again? It's not the Royal. It's the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, they have. I do remember playing that Royal Rumble game at Aladdin's Castle.
Yeah, there you go.
A game. I can't remember the name of it, and I'd pump quarters into it, and I get eliminated, and I didn't have enough quarters to play. But there were people, there were kids surrounding it.
Of course.
And even then somebody else would take my spot, and then I just end up. I'd just be like backseat drivering while the next kid spot. But
Randy Savage.
Yeah, that one is one I played, and then of course pro wrestling.
Did that have
Nintendo? Huh?
Did that one have Starman?
Oh yes, it did, baby. Oh yeah, Starman, and my favorite, Fighter Hayabusa. He had they each had a special move. Starman's was the suplex, or no, he was the power bomb or something, and then Fighter Hayabusa had the back brain kick. Yeah,
Guy in Japan who really did name himself Hayabusa.
Really?
I think he might after the video game.
The funny thing is, in pro wrestling, Fighter Hayabusa is definitely a white guy. Daniel and I'll use his real name. The first band we were in was called King Slender.
King Slender.
And King Slender was in pro wrestling. His move was the backbreaker.
Here we go.
Hey, dude. Anyway, that's all I had. No, pretty much very, very little about and then of course like Andre the Giant, and
I used to see the pro wrestling events when I went through Lexington with my brother, because my brother's I think his sister-in-law works for one of the radio companies, and would have I think she would have tickets, and we could go and watch, and they were a lot of fun. It was a solid 2-hour show. You could get popcorn, drinks, and watch a lot of entertaining stuff for a couple of hours. It's good.
Oh yeah.
How do you so you like WWE stuff? What about like Ultimate Fighting and mixed martial arts and that kind of stuff?
I mean, I've paid attention to it, but it's not really my it's not really my cup of tea. I kind of pay attention to it, but in terms of like some of it, like I kind of like casually, like some of the bigger fights I'll pay attention to, and like that stuff, but like in terms of being like a hardcore UFC guy, not really into it.
What's the turnoff for you? Or what's the point of what is not interesting? Whereas, because there are storylines, and arguably they're real. Arguably.
Yeah. Well, I think that I think that they do take elements of professional wrestling. I mean, at the end of the day, it's real combat. But like in terms of like they have to promote fights. They have to promote fights, but so they have to find ways to contrive a way to get people interested in the fight. And
right, a buzz.
They have to come up with more creative ways to do that than I want to beat you, because there's only so many ways you can say I want to beat you. And some of the things that they do in order to do that, I kind of don't like, because it's like when Conor McGregor was on top of MMA, he was very Like I mean, like I had people telling me that Conor McGregor was so good at like there was a guy who told me that Conor McGregor was so good at talking and getting people interested in his fights. And then I listened to him during a press conference, and it was like he's just using slurs. He's just, he's calling people the P word and the F word, and it's like, it's not very creative, I mean, this guy's a great fighter. I'm not knocking him, but it's like, you're not really like, I mean, like, I'm, like, okay, I mean, that's real. Like, I mean, like you guys, like two guys are calling each other, two guys are calling each other's names,
You could have used a writer.
Yeah, they need writers. They need writers to help them work on their material. And
but it's supposed to be real, isn't that the issue? It is real. I mean, it looks painful as hell. It looks real. I can't watch it. It's beyond.
No, MMA is definitely real. It's definitely real, full contact at least.
We had this conversation. Oh, go ahead.
No, I mean, but it's like, it's like there are times when I'm like Conor McGregor again. He got a stress fracture in his leg, and it's like, wow, watching the leg shouldn't bend like that. And then for the other guy, I think he was fighting. I don't know if it was Anderson Silva or Silva.
No, it wasn't Silva.
Weidman.
Yeah, it wasn't Silva because Silva wasn't.
But his
on top at that point. Yeah, his leg. I was at that show. I mean, I was watching that pay-per-view.
But it's like your leg shouldn't. When you see a leg shouldn't bend like that, and you're like, wow. It's like. I guess that's not like
Dustin Poirier.
Okay, but it's like the leg shouldn't do that. I mean, I guess that's
his leg broke.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
And he was still talking shit. So this is the thing. In wrestling, in pro wrestling, I mean, I don't think there's any argument that it is not real. When we say real, I don't mean beating the shit out of each other as in full contact. Yeah, they're
full contact.
Like nobody can do, like not just anyone can do what they're doing. It takes so much skill, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Of course. But there's an element like of showmanship is the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
We can argue about this. In my mind, in pro wrestling and amateur wrestling, and when I say amateur wrestling, I guess there's a, I'm not really sure what else to call it. It's before you get to pro.
Well, I mean, that thing that you saw in Paris, Kentucky, I think we probably call that independent wrestling.
Independent wrestling. Okay, so amateur is more like you're competing like BJJ or something like this, or like
Roman
or Greco or okay.
The Olympics.
So
or backyard.
So in pro
backyard wrestling, I believe that.
Pin wrestling.
I like Mexican version. I like that lucha libre.
Luchadors.
I think that stuff is great. Yeah, those masks.
That level, it's about the showmanship. It's a performance.
Yeah.
But in full contact fighting, yes, performance, stage presence, all of that matters, but that's not the main thing. Right. The main thing is winning.
Right.
And the other person is not going to let you win. So you have a quote unquote real fight because it's about the battle and who wins. And then the people that actually go far, they also have the stage presence. They also have the whatever. So it's a different, what are you looking for? There are real storylines, which honestly aren't as interesting as in pro wrestling, because in pro wrestling, they're being creative.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you can't have
Conor McGregor is just talking shit,
Yeah. It seems like that would take away if you got him a writer and he had stuff to say that would, like he would.
It would seem false and.
Yeah.
I mean, Conor McGregor though, like people can say a lot of shit about him, and they probably should. But the dude broke his leg, and he's sitting there up against the cage, talking shit with his leg like burp. And he's like got the fucking Irish accent. And he's like, I'd fucking kill your mother and all the fucking fucks, God, motherfucker. That's gold. That's fucking gold. Vince,
I gotta look at stuff like that for football games. When they tackle each other, I do videos for surgeons occasionally, and I've seen a number of different, like, football players will come together and like the leg will go the wrong way, and it's like instantaneously off the field. There's no shit talking. It's like they need to fix this person, and maybe hopefully their career isn't ended. Apparently this McGregor guy, he's still going even though this happened to him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what his deal is. I know that he definitely took some time off.
You'd have to.
Yeah, I mean his leg was broken. But that was like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has like fights right now. I haven't kept up too much with it. There's
I gotta go.
Like how many fights can you do? Oh well, Hooker is awesome. Hang in.
Nice to meet you, Mike.
No, nice to meet you.
Yep. Night, y'all.
Peace out, man.
Good night. I gotta change the.
You gotta change the thing now.
The thing.
Now we have bigger videos. Yay!
Oh no, our video is gonna be the same size.
I'm in on Discord.
Oh.
It's like playing Halo, and you don't get the shit screen.
Oh, or like, what is that video game that you liked? GoldenEye, Golden Retriever. I never got into that. Like GoldenEye seemed just like it seemed like
destroyed. I destroyed it. GoldenEye.
Like people playing Doom to me.
You didn't like Doom? The fuck you?
I like Doom. Yeah, but Doom happened like 100 years before GoldenEye.
At least.
It was like, in video game terms, it was 100 years earlier.
Well, but yeah, still, Doom was awesome, man. You didn't really have multiplayer Doom. I think you had multiplayer Quake.
You had Oh, was it Quake that did? Yeah, no, it was Quake that did.
Yeah. There may have been a multiplayer Doom 2.
Yeah.
I don't think so though. I don't think
I like Quake.
Option.
Quake is when, for some reason, I couldn't play those games anymore. It was too realistic.
Well, they got really gory. Really gory.
Well,
really fast.
I got sick because of the movement.
Oh.
Like.
Oh. Well, that means that you are Gen X. I'm just saying.
Like all the screen is moving around.
You gotta have the rapid eye
twitch. Oh my god! Like, what's happening? I don't have that stomach that could handle that amount.
Anyway, pro wrestling and such. Yeah. My point behind it is just it's a difference in focus. I am more interested in the full contact, so MMA. I like wrestling, but I never really got into it. Even as a kid, it wasn't. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure why. I like the games and such, but I don't think I got it. And maybe it's because I never watched it enough to actually latch on to the stories. Like I just saw The Rock like and doing his thing, and I was like, okay.
The Rock was way late.
Yeah, it was way late.
Like I don't think I could. Like Andre the Giant was still wrestling when I stopped,
right?
stopped watching wrestling. I mean, there was a cartoon. I like the cartoon.
Well, yeah, the era that like Ken is talking about, that Andre the Giant era, that was like that. Yeah, he's talking about like the 80s. I mean, like, we grew up in an era where like, okay, wrestling was on during like Saturday morning. So after Saturday morning cartoons was off, wrestling would come on. And then at some point that they stopped doing that, I think because of FCC regulations where you couldn't have, like, wrestling is a violent thing.
Right.
And they didn't want on
And it's sexy. You got some men in underwear.
They didn't want that after Bugs Bunny. So
Yeah. I didn't either
was,
when I was a kid. I used to turn it off. I was playing Nintendo, man.
So is it real? Can I ask some wrestling questions? Is when I for some reason I thought what is it? Mahone? What is his name?
Vince McMahon.
McMahon. Is it better that he's gone, or is it like was that like is wrestling changed?
Yes. The short answer is yes. WWE business has improved since Vince McMahon has been gone from WWE.
Really?
Because Vince McMahon seemed to be really kind of spiteful towards the fans as he got older.
Oh, I see.
And I believe that the new regime tries to build towards entertaining the fans and trying to like give the fans more what they want, and like trying to give them things to cheer for rather than not like it's really weird because it's like
like the old school DM versus like a new school DM. Like the old school DM wanted to kill all the players and was just like looking for reasons to be like, this is going to be impossible in Dungeons and Dragons. And like new ones are like, no, it's all about the story. No, I want you to experience it because I fucking wrote it.
Well, it kind of did because a lot of people stopped watching the show.
Wow.
A lot of the show and stopped buying tickets to live events.
Think about Vince McMahon. From what I understand, there's a story that I think it's the early 90s, I think, where news programs changed. This might be a little bit of urban legend. You guys might know what I'm talking about already. But it was wrestling had such an audience, and it would have an audience no matter what. Like the time of day would be this weird time of day, and yet they would have this massive thing. It was every week, and so these news organizations came to Vince McMahon and were like, how do you pull this off? And he gave them sort of a rubric for storytelling, and news agencies changed the way that they did the news. So it sounds a bit like a conspiracy theory. You can look it up and tell me if I'm wrong. The idea being like, tonight on the 11 o'clock news, a child explodes a building. More later.
Like and you're talking about like
little things like that.
The fantasy aspect. It's exploitive. What's it called? There's a term for that for sure. If Hulker was here, he'd probably know it. But it's certainly.
Apparently, they consulted Vince McMahon though, and they were like, "Hey, how do you pull this off?" And he was like, "Oh, you do this, this, and this." And they followed with news agencies. They followed literally what WWF was doing. They mimicked their business, and now people watch the news, and then they get told what the news tells them, which is definitely the news.
Well, there is sort of a crash TV. There was in the 90s a crash TV element to what the WWF was doing, because it was a very when that was the era of Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, the idea of like just bam, 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 just throwing things at the screen. And I don't know if that's related to what you're talking about, but the idea of just like, they were not as focused on what happened in the ring. Because there are people who will tell you that what happened in the ring, the actual wrestling matches aren't as important as what happens. You know, like the storyline is what's important, not the actual wrestling. The vignettes, those are the things that keep you hooked. The match is just sort of like the payoff to that.
It's sensationalism is what the term I was looking for. The news became more sensational, maybe. Because that was seemingly the wrestling. You had to have something to talk about, right? And so, like, they created a drama of sorts. So did Vince McMahon develop that, or was that not in wrestling a little bit before? Because I remember Randy Savage getting up there and be like, if I'm WrestleMania 20, you know,
you
or
gotta have
5
the pinky.
or something.
Ooh, yeah.
You know.
I mean, Vince McMahon. Wrestling has existed in one form or another for over 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he's just taking. He had just taking. He had inherited the business from. He bought the business from his father. He bought the WWE from his father.
I didn't know that.
And
so who was his father? Well, there was a thing with Ric Flair where Vince McMahon battled Ric Flair for full ownership of the WWE.
Yeah, that was the story.
That was the storyline.
Yeah, Vince McMahon Sr. started the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, the WWF, in 1963. Mm-hmm. That was the company. His son, Vince McMahon Jr., the Vince McMahon that we all know, bought the company from him in the 80s and turned it into the WWF, the World Wrestling Federation.
Less letters, more hip.
And then in 2002, it became World Wrestling Entertainment because they lost a lawsuit with the World Wildlife Fund.
and rightfully so. Just messing.
Lord.
Copyright. That's gonna kill us all. Sorry. Go ahead.
Very big man of him, because it was like the World Wildlife Fund was like, we have no objection to you calling yourselves being the WWF, but if you the WWF, but if you're going to run shows outside of the United States and North America, please advertise yourselves as the World Wrestling Federation and not the WWF, so as to not confuse people. And Vince McMahon said, sure. And then later on, he's decided, no, we're WWF. And then he lost a court, and then a court order said he couldn't use WWF anymore. So in 2000, it became WWE.
Yeah, I remember the WWF being like a thing.
No.
It's always WWF in my heart.
Yeah, that's
all right.
That's
so
1992 WWF. I feel like if you Google search it, like that's what it says. That's top hits on Google. It's not the World Wildlife Federation or whatever.
No.
So that's wrestling and MMA, which is interesting and all that good stuff. Did you ever go back to Los Angeles?
Yes, I did go back one time. I left in summer 2003. I went back to visit a few months later. And I went back again in November 2006 because I was on tour.
Okay.
Kentucky Prophet was asked to do a tour opening up for Frank Black. And I said, great, I will. I was asked to do the South. I did about 18 shows in October and November 2006. Toured the South, Southern United States, Canada, and the West Coast. And that was the last I got to play in Los Angeles. I played at the House of Blues.
That's awesome.
It was awesome.
You were there?
Yeah, I was there. I remember seeing, like, because that's we met. I remember you getting mad at me because I was like talking to the people in the green room upstairs, trying to get them involved. That guy from Sarah Silverman show. I can't remember his name.
Was it Jay?
I'm sorry.
Was it Jay Johnstone?
It was
Brian Posehn.
No,
I know.
I don't remember. Was it Brian Posehn? No, it was Brian Posehn. Yeah, I was trying to get him to play let me into his Dungeons and Dragons game because he played a game with a couple of people that you'd mentioned, and I was like,
he played Dungeons and Dragons with Blaine Capatch from Beat the Geeks and Patton Oswalt. And they're all.
I wanted to play in that game.
Let you in there. Yeah, he's just going to let some random guy in their Dungeons group. Yeah.
That sounds about like Ken, dude. To roll in and just not let it go.
I was like,
he was playing. He was standing next to Frank Black, and I was talking to Frank Black, like at the same time, trying to let me do a music video for him. It was like, and Mike was sitting there. He's like, "Come on, man, just back off."
It's like, you know what? Frank gets that stuff all the time. When I saw him in Lexington, somebody went up to him with a business card and wanted him to invest in a restaurant.
Nice.
I was like, he gets that. He gets shit like that everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody wants, like, I mean, like a music video at least would be like, that's whatever. I was like, oh, okay.
Sure.
You know, that's nothing. Music video is nothing.
Well, at the time, I'd had like 3 music videos in MTV. So, I mean, I felt like I had some clout, but, you know, you don't just, that's not how it works. No, I realized at the time it wasn't how it works, but I tried. Really.
No, you know what? You're nothing. That's nothing compared to Will Russell from Lebowski Fest. I'll go ahead and say that.
What is this?
Will Russell from Lebowski Fest. I'll go ahead and say it now. It doesn't matter. Will Russell from Lebowski Fest. I played his festival a couple of times, and he gave me his card. He wanted, when he had Funtown Mountain. This is his failed attempt to build an amusement park. Then, when he was having a very severe bipolar episode, he wanted the Pixies to play the park, which Guntown, for people who watch this, Guntown Mountain is an amusement park, or was an amusement park in Cave City, Kentucky. And yeah, me too. And Will Russell tried to buy it and turn it into Funtown Mountain, and he had these big pie in the sky ideas of what it was going to be. And he was going to be a music venue and an amusement park and a movie theater and all this stuff. And there was going to be dancing girls and all kinds of things. He got a grant from the state government. He started a Kickstarter. I'm in the Kickstarter video. I'm and Terry Miners is in it, dressed up as Mary Todd Lincoln, and all kinds of wacky stuff is in this. Anyway, he was in the middle of a very severe bipolar episode because he had been doing spice. He had been doing some very heavy drugs, and I saw him at the Pixie show, and he gave me, he gave me his business card because he knew that I knew Frank. And he said, give him this card and tell him that he knew that I knew Frank. He's like, tell Frank I want the Pixies to play Funtown Mountain. And I was like, that's not how this works. You know that's not how this works. You book acts for your festival. You book groups. You know that like this, like you have to book, like there's booking agents and things like that. Why
you can't go over or around them, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you can't expect me to call in a favor for you. It's not how that works. And it's like, but you know, I couldn't explain that to him because he was in the middle of a very bad manic episode where he got arrested 4 times that summer for. I shouldn't be talking about this. This isn't very nice because he's
No, you're fine. On Louisville Public Media, I'm reading about it right now.
Yeah.
You're not saying anything that you're actually being kinder than they are in a lot of ways. It's not critical. It's just this article, which I just sent to you, Ken.
Nice.
It's just very candid.
It's a lot easier.
It's not disrespectful, but my point is it's out there.
Well,
so you're not outing anybody.
No, I know I'm not, because I mean it's all a matter of public record. It's all in the Louisville media. What happened? What the guy did. But you know, it's like I like Will, but Will is, you know, he just kind of, you know, and he gave me a lot of opportunities. I got to play his music festival, I think 2 or 3 times with my solo and with Technology versus Horse. But he, you know, it's like, I don't know how we got to this point, but like we were talking about Ken pestering Frank Black, and it's like, you know, it's like
called gotcha journalism. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is actually not only an interesting topic, but an interesting topic for me. I just came out to Los Angeles pursuing acting, and this is the kind of stuff that should be known. And it's I don't think it's necessarily a closely guarded secret or anything, what you guys are saying, but it kind of is. Like people that are in the know, however deep they're in, or how high up the mountain, or whatever you want to call it, they don't offer this information. It reminds me of working in the restaurant industry, and it's like you have to pay your dues mentality, which is absolutely bullshit. And anyone who has that mentality can fuck themselves. I despise it.
How does isn't being in the restaurant paying your dues in general? Like if you're working at a restaurant, that is like literally hard work.
No, it's not. Because if you're a waiter
on every level.
No, because if you're a waiter and you've been there for 6 months, and Mike's a waiter and he's been there for 3 years, well, you don't get the good shifts.
Yeah,
you don't get it because you haven't paid your dues. And it's like, the fuck? Like, there's an element of it that is rational, but what it actually creates is ugly. I'm not trying to say the film industry is ugly. I don't think I need to.
No, it's ugly.
I don't think anybody needs convincing of this. But
no, it's ugly.
What I'm going to say is, like, something you just mentioned, Mike, was, oh, well, that's not the way it's done. I mean, it's obvious to you. You've been in the entertainment industry for a long time, and so have you, Ken.
Sure.
I'm gonna let you in on something. It's not obvious. It's not. Why would it be obvious to someone who's literally coming into this? Why, in God's fucking holy, unholy name, would someone at all have any fucking clue how it works? Right? So, like, I go up to someone, I'm like, hey, do you want to work? Do you want to do something? And they give me this look like I just kicked a baby. And I'm like, what the fuck is your problem? And I'm told by people that are my friends that are out here, oh, well, you're an actor and I'm an actor, but we're on like different levels, and so I can't help you. Shit like that. Now, what is really being said, right? what I've realized is I came at this with an interpretation. I was like, oh, go to hell. But I realized maybe they're just not saying, they're not taking the time to explain what the fuck are they talking about. So what you just said, Mike, that extra part, you can't go directly, like if I have a festival, I can't be like, hey, Pixies, will you play? Because I'm cutting out all these people that they're tied with, right? Yeah, see, that fucking makes sense. That's like, oh yeah, duh. I mean, they got booking, they're paying people, there's contracts. If they do it here, then what does it mean? Is it underhanded? Blah, 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 blah. That makes sense.
Well,
but I want you to explain more of it.
Should be allowed, like these artists, everybody knows who they are. And we face this in booking people on this podcast as well. It's just like, how do we get a hold of them? How do we get them on the podcast? You know, there is a system that we have to, that we will eventually have to go through. At this point, we're just
people have just been really gracious. People have been really gracious. Like Mike was a sweetheart, and you know, being on this. Lucas next week, I mean, I'm really stoked about that. I'm a fan of what he's going on, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It's a process. The whole thing is a process. I was half joking when I was trying. I mean, clearly I was out of my mind. It was an impossibility. I was shooting for the moon. Trying to get onto this. I'm gonna let you guys fight that out real quick.
This game. I mean, I'd met Patton Oswalt previous to that, and worked with Patton Oswalt previous to that. But it's not like we were friends, or we didn't have a rapport, and I certainly didn't have a rapport with. I can't even remember his fucking name. Like, I feel bad about it. The guy from this Sarah Silverman show. Yeah, like I don't know how people remember names. I met Sarah Silverman once, and she thought I was paparazzi, so I wasn't. Like, we were shooting a TV show, or we were shooting an internet show, and she's like, "Oh no, paparazzi." She was joking, but we tried to get her to be on. Like, we were all there. We had the mic ready. It was with a semi-famous actor, and she was like, "Nope, I'm not interested."
The experiment.
The what?
Were you doing the Jamie Kennedy experiment? Well, you said
I actually. The funny thing is I applied to work on that. It was like, I didn't get the job, but and what was that other? There's a comedian. He's not funny at all. Like, he's not even kind of funny. Was that Jamie Kennedy? It was somebody else. It was like the most boring comedian that like blew up.
Was it Dane Cook?
Dane Cook.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
I applied to work with him and like follow like him with the camera around the country, and I went in for the interview and talked to him, and like I feel like I didn't answer the questions right, because they were like, "Oh, can you edit this like, you know, in the hotel room and send back the dailies?" And I was like, well, I can't bring my computer, because I'm not thinking, oh, I'm gonna get this job, I can have a laptop that will edit. It's back in the day when the computers were these huge things, and so
big computers with towers.
Big computers, towers. It's like, yeah, no, I can't do that.
You didn't know what
but I wasn't playing the right game, and that was that was knowledge learned later. If I got the job, easily I could have afforded to do whatever it is they wanted to do.
Right. If now you look back and you go, well, this is what I need if I'm going to do it.
Right. But
if you want me to do that, I can do it. It's just I'm going to need this. But you didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm just super happy I didn't I didn't know who the fuck Dane Cook was at the time, and I'm happy that I didn't work with him. Or
Was it
like?
Wait, what the fuck? What have I missed?
Did you? Were you going to work on work? Was it for Tourgasm? Because he did a documentary.
It was to work on that.
You missed out on Tourgasm? Oh, you could have been the guy videotaping Bobby Kelly breaking his leg.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was supposed to be editor, not necessarily. They wanted me to have a camera and bring and send them edits of this stuff, and it was just. But my failure was like I didn't know the right jargon. I was stuck in with the blinders. I didn't know how to talk. I didn't know how to say, oh yeah, I could do that because I had the skill to do it.
Yeah, you're like
I didn't have the equipment.
You need a hype man, Ken.
Yeah.
Ken definitely needs a hype man.
I'm fine with it. At the same time,
go on. Sorry. No,
like,
you first.
What?
You guys were talking about Dane Cook.
Yeah, he got the opportunity. He interviewed to do an editing job for Dane Cook, and he didn't get the job.
Now, why?
Because I didn't like. They ask a question. Can you do the editing at the hotel room and send us the dailies?
Yeah. And
technology. This is early aughts. I mean, technology wasn't that great. Internet wasn't that great.
Yeah.
And so like I was bogged down thinking of me, my perspective. I was broke. I was just getting by. And like I couldn't afford, there were laptops that existed, there were hard drives that existed, but I couldn't afford this stuff at the time. And so they were asking me to do something that I couldn't afford. I couldn't play the game. Right. But in hindsight, if I got the job, I could have afforded it. I had the skills to do the job, but I didn't interview yes and. I pretty much talked them out of using me because I was like, I can't lug my computer on. How am I going to get my computer on the airplane? Because it's like this fucking big.
Right.
Like it's not going to happen.
So Mike, what do you have to add to that?
I think that's sort of like a problem that I have in my life is like seeing roadblock. Like Ken is a very talented guy. Ken is extraordinarily talented. If I had to be objective, yeah, I'm a really talented guy, and I've actually probably accomplished more than I realize. But I am my own worst critic, and when there's a challenge ahead of me, I don't think about the possibilities. I think about the roadblocks, and I see roadblocks. I don't really know how to solve them, and I don't know. And both of us have had, we really don't know how to play the game, and the financial considerations of what's ahead of us make it very hard for us to consider the possibilities of things. Like doing a good job. Like I'm a pretty talented guy, and I probably do some things. Like the idea of I'm a musician, and I don't have some of the gear that like I probably should have as a musician. I don't have like a lot of production gear, but because it's cost prohibitive, I don't have a lot of money. And I need to have money in order to live. I need to like pay my rent. I need to pay my bills.
Right.
And I
got to pay rent tomorrow. I get it.
Right.
And I'm paying that LA rent, baby.
I know what it's like.
But Mike, one of my favorite things about your music and what you've always done is you took that Casio keyboard and it wasn't the latest and greatest and most expensive. It was you made it work. You didn't ask permission. You went ahead and you blazed through. You weren't like afraid of saying what you felt like you needed to say because of technological limitation. Did it affect your career? Yes, of course it affected my career. We never had money to throw into pushing ourselves forward. We kind of hustled and did what we could with what we had, and you've done amazing stuff, and I would imagine you got a lot more to do. So like,
yeah, I feel like I'm very like, considering where I've come from, I've overachieved. I've totally overachieved. When you consider like where I started in 1997, playing with a keyboard that was basically a toy, to becoming a published songwriter, having released 6 albums with Technology versus Horse, 2 albums with Mornoiz, and my own stuff as Kentucky Prophet. You know, it's like I have a career as an artist. I have been a touring musician. I have done way more than I have ever had any right to expect to do. And that's sort of amazing. I've not had the commercial success that I hoped for, but you know,
part of it's doing it. Like, you did it. I mean, that's the thing. Like, and you continue to do it. It's so like commercial successes. I was watching this video by a director that I'm gonna reach out to him and see if he'll be on it. I sent a link to Bill the other day, and he's like, there's basically, he made this chart. There's the A-list directors, and they're in this small little, square, and then the B-list directors, they're in this slightly larger square, and then they're the amateurs that are the C-list. And I've been at the bottom of that B-list or even high C-list for my entire career. And I, am happy that I made some money. I'm not rich because of it. It is a thing that is paid for me to live. Vaguely. I mean, we're always on the edge of whatever, but it has been a joy to do this for the last 25 years. And so I've been following your music since the late 90s, and every time you come out with something new and innovative, and you have commentary that we have not even gone into about the world, that I think is beautiful, and I am very appreciative of your art and art form with your Casio keyboard or with your band. I mean, the stuff that you say, it's like you got to stop and think for a second, and I can't think of many artists that make me stop to think about anything. I mean, Ethel Can Dance is a pop song. I always thought it was amazing. The Cocaine Dracula, amazing. And there's so many off of that Bear Yula album that are phenomenal. I look forward to Mornoiz, and I look forward to the next generations, and I look forward to collaborating with you again sometime soon.
Yeah, we'll have to do. We'll have to. We haven't really done anything together in a while. We'll have to. The last time we got together, I think we did a song. We were in your cabin. We did a you had done a cover of.
Hold on, wait.
Mad World.
Oh, what do you mean you were in his cabin?
At a cabin.
You say that you did the hand wave. You know the cabin. Where? Where was this cabin?
It's in Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky cabin. Okay, that's where we are. Continue.
I didn't buy the cabin. My grandparents own the cabin. It's like a shack, a nice shack by a lake. Go ahead, Mike.
we were doing some songs, and one of the songs, I think a song I wrote on the piano, was just me and the piano, and another one was a cover. You had produced a cover of Mad World by Matt Tears for Fears.
Yeah.
And you also wanted to do a music video for it, and I didn't want to do the video because I'd only brought one change of clothes. I was spent a couple of days. First, well, the thing is, I'd only brought one change of clothes. I just brought like a ratty T-shirt, sweatpants, and also I really wasn't in any shape. I was just like, I mean, I think I've seen some of the photos that you're posting on the thing, and it's like, I don't know if you can tell. I used to be really fat.
It's like impressive the shape you are in this moment. I can't even tell you like how happy that you've taken your health very seriously.
Yeah. Well.
So how much weight have you lost, and how long did it take you, and what are you doing? What did you do to change your life? That's a lot.
I saw earlier you were posting, you showed a clip of TVH in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
When we did that show, I was 544 pounds.
How tall are you?
6 foot.
Guys, you're pretty tall. 500 pounds. That is heavy.
Yeah. And then at the end of 2017, I'd gained another 30 pounds.
So this is a whole different dynamic, and it's actually, I'll probably get canceled for this shit too, because I talk pretty candidly. It's a dynamic. It's a dynamic that a lot of people have experience with, especially in America, but a lot of people don't. Like, I see that you wear glasses. This is just an example. So I got, and actually both of you, before I got eye surgery, or before I had eye surgery, my vision was like 20/600. So I don't know what your guys' vision is. I'm assuming you're nearsighted because most people are. Can you see far away? You have bifocals.
Yeah.
So 20/600 is like this. You take off your glasses. When you're reading a book, whatever's closest to your face, you can see. The rest of the page is blurry, right? So you can't see shit. What my point is, it was always strange to me talking to someone who didn't wear glasses, didn't have contacts, never had to even deal with it. It was like I was saying a color they had never had a name for. Like, they understood that people had issues with their sight, but it just wasn't ever on their mind. It didn't impact anything about their life. It's almost as though it did not exist. And this is just an example that we can have 100,000 examples. My point being that obese is a perspective. That's wild, and it's you have to have an interesting idea behind it because you've been on both ends of that, and it surely impacted everything you do. Please talk about it. Unless you don't want to. And then I will shut up.
No, it's fine. It's what it is like, it's probably like my life struggle. When I came home from LA, I've always been overweight, but like never like to the extent that I kept saying I got to work on my mental health, but like I fell into a deep depression, and I was sort of I'm an overeater. I was an overeater, and I was sort of a sedentary guy. And it's like, and I did that for 15 years. And I gained weight and gained weight and gained weight and gained weight.
Yeah, and you have the genetics that do a certain thing as well.
Right. And I'm just naturally a big guy. I'm naturally. So, so there's not a lot I can do in terms of like, I was never going to be a twink. I was never going to be a twink. Even at my youngest, I was never going to be that guy. But
did you want to be?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes,
that's huge. That's huge, of course.
I wanted to be young, skinny, and beautiful.
Well, you are skinny now. I mean, you're definitely like when we recorded it at the cabin that one time when I played you the Mad World and some of the other things, I was really worried about you. You had some toughness walking up the hill, and like we went out on the boat for a little while, and I was just like really worried about you. And a couple of years later, where we are now, like I'm like, I get my friend, like you're gonna be around, and we're gonna do things and be together and create more, and I'm gonna see more of what you do. Your show on the 30th, I mean, you had more energy, I think, than you've had in any of not this that being said, like you are a performer, so even when you were 400 pounds and doing a show, like you fucking killed it, you nailed it. So it's definitely impressive. If you don't mind me asking, how much weight did you lose?
I got down to about 255, 260, that area. It's kind of hard to make, like once you lose weight, it's like, oh, I gotta get into maintenance mode, and that's kind of hard to stay there. But it's like, okay, but it's like that like, but I'm working on it, Yeah. So.
Well, it's impressive for you to have made that very real change. And what are some of the things you've done to make the change?
Well, one thing I started doing was working out. I started doing that before I started in 2018. I was like, one thing was I started a bariatric program because I thought I might have to get bariatric surgery.
What is bariatric surgery? Like,
I don't know if you've ever heard like bariatrics, like gastric sleeve surgery, where they cut your stomach.
Yep.
Have to do that. I thought if it ever got bad enough, I might have to. Mm-hmm. But they want you to lose a certain amount of weight before you have the surgery, so it makes it easier for the surgeon to do the incisions. So I'd start losing weight. So I said, well, I have to make changes to my diet. I can't eat the same things I used to eat. So I started losing weight. And I said, you know what? If I can make these life changes, then maybe I won't have to do that.
Yeah.
And at first I was really struggling with it, and then 2 years in a row I broke my leg. First
God
year
damn.
I fractured a bone in my ankle, and then a year later I hyperextended my fibula in my left leg.
Oh.
And I was over probably 450 pounds.
And
I'm like,
were the injuries due to that, or were you like did you decide to,
the second one was due to it, because I was on the ground I was on the ground on the floor trying to get up off the floor and struggling because I was too fat to get up off the floor under my own power, and I couldn't, and I slipped and fell and hyperextended my leg. It was a directly result of my being too fat.
I see.
So, and I realized that if this happens again, I can't be 450, 500 pounds trying to lug all this weight around.
Right.
They gave me a special wheelchair that was plus sized because it was just like I'm too big for the regular wheelchair. It was it was kind of like embarrassing. And I said, I have to do something for myself. I have to try. And little by little I just kept losing weight. And I just kept weight until the point where I was like, I'm going to keep doing this to the point where I don't need surgery. And I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it. And now I don't need surgery.
Yeah, nice. That's fucking A.
Yeah. You're looking really good, man. I mean,
weight is I don't know the proper term. Weight issues, problems, however you want to call it. It's a wild issue. It's a wild struggle. Very different from a lot of other struggles. I talk about this not from experience, of course. I talk about it just from perspective. And the reason I say that it's wild in its own right is because it is actually visible. Like, if I have an issue, I have many issues, but a lot of issues. But if I have an issue with drinking, for example, that can be so secret. I can manage that. There's plenty of functional alcoholics, or not even alcoholism, just
an issue
the
with drinking
habit.
anymore.
Indeed, me too. There's, until it becomes visible, maybe because of health or because dysfunction, but weight, it is absolutely visible. You can try to hide it. There's a point where you can't hide it. And it affects your mood. It affects how you're seen, your health, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these things. So what I'm trying to say is it seems like such an immense struggle. If I have an issue drinking coffee, and I drink loads of coffee, okay? Builds strong bones and muscles, right? By drinking coffee. Yeah.
Doctor says so.
It is a personal thing. It's personal. It also doesn't have the connotation that, oh, you're fat, so you're lazy. Or whatever slew of things people want to say. It's easily hand-waved, it's easily hidden, it's a very personal thing that I can deal with on my own time. But dealing with weight, that's got to be hard. It's got to be a very, very difficult thing to have to deal with. So my point in saying all that is just anecdotal. It's acknowledging it. It's a huge accomplishment, man. I mean, no pun intended. But yeah, it's fucking awesome. I had no clue until you literally said it. And when you said that you had been overweight like that, you could have told me, oh yeah, I used to have a third arm. And I'd be like, oh shit, really? Like, didn't even cross my mind. Which is great, because that means you have at least achieved you're not that anymore. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean,
go on.
I it's like there's I'm not celebrating because there's, you know, the part of me that got to that point is always there's always that part of me that's like,
Of course.
with the, you know, we could always end up there again, you know.
What's within
So
you is the idea.
I have to be very vigilant, and it's like, you know, there'll people. It's like it is, you know, if you're an overeater, if you're a chronic overeater, then you have kind of a compulsion that like an alcoholic has, and it's a disease, and you have to, unlike you don't need alcohol, but you need food. And
Well, and our culture does not make it easy anyway.
no,
You know, like the food that is readily available, especially when you're on a budget,
Yeah.
it's not good for
No.
you.
no.
And I think that's a major problem that America has, is that we are not kind of given the tools necessarily on how to eat and what to eat. We talk a lot about this in our space vegan podcast. Into space, which we do occasionally.
Mondays.
Which, Mike, if you were gonna go into outer space, what kind of character would you be interested in playing if you were to ever play with us on a Monday night? If you have any interest in playing in the world of DreadLore, think Starship Troopers, think aliens, think sci-fi, and anything in that realm of possibility.
What kind of like, give me some like examples of like
I play a Space Marine that is basically he has a laser sword and he runs around stabbing people with it and cutting people's heads off that are his allies. But we have, you know, there are computer programmers, there are pilots, there are space wizards, there are aliens. There's no such thing as there's no such thing as AI. But I mean, I think there's a possibility. I mean, anything is possible. It's not likely.
So let me interject really quick, because from what I know, Mike, your basis in gaming is Dungeons and Dragons.
yeah.
Okay, so D&D is a class-based system where you chose the archetype of a cleric, which kind of tells you what your character can do, and then you give it a personality. Although the mechanics of the game kind of inform, are you a good character, a bad character, a whatever character.
Right.
DreadLore is not a class-based game. So the easiest way to say it is it's a point-by game, but it's not point-by. It's not point-by. That's just an easier way of putting it.
Okay.
To make sense, your all's profession in this setting is you are Space Marines. I don't mean 40K. It's not like Warhammer. Think of Starship Troopers, like Ken said. You are fascist Space Marines, but you don't really know you're fascist because all society is fascist, and that's just how it is. It is like 40K in that regard. The propaganda is the truth. Like, there is no dissidence, and when there is, you guys go deal with it. So it's an episodic game that's loosely serial, and they're going to this, they're in cryosleep, and they're going to a proximal colony that has had a coup d'etat. They're in cryosleep for like 10 years to get there. They pop out, and they've got to deal with, the misinformation that they've been given, and of course, the whole mission they've been told is a complete lie. But the struggle for them is, do they go with the code of their programming? You were told this is the way the world works, so do you go for it? or do they start to struggle with it? What's good, what's bad? That's all on them to decide. So the question is, what kind of character do you want to play? You are a Space Marine.
Okay.
What are the types of decisions you want to play? And in DreadLore, those are listed as your character traits. And then you specifically, when you want to do something, you bid, you say, I want to use this character trait, and that colors the action you take. For example, maybe one of your traits is angry. You could be like, oh, I want to kick down this door. Well, what do you bid to do that? I'm going to bid angry. That would be a very different scene than, I want to kick down this door. Okay, I bid strategic. Anger, okay, what do? I fucking kick down this door. I scream, there's frothing at the mouth, pull up my gun and shoot it or whatever. Strategic, maybe you realize, oh, I just, hit it at the weak point or knock out the, what are those things called?
It's more of an adjective.
Hinges.
It's an adjective-based game. So, like, if you have an adjective, basically a list of traits of things that you would be good at, that you think that would be helpful to have, you get so many traits, you get so many options to put those traits together. And so it's like when you go to do an action, you're like, well, I'm going to be strategic about opening this door. So I'll take I see the hinge. I take my, there's a crowbar by the door, I'll pull the hinges off, and that's how I get the door open. It's very much a descriptive based, where you use your imagination, and it's sort of a theater of the mind kind of way of problem solving and scenario.
You got a lot of control,
activities.
A lot of control as a player.
And
Okay.
This is the book that Bill wrote that we all pulled out earlier.
That's a thick book.
Dude, that's you can kill somebody with that book.
Yeah, I see that. That's what I was thinking.
The idea of the book was it's a tome. It's all you need. It has a ton of lore and artwork, and it's written kind of like a story. So I wanted people to be able to use it as a reference, which we do, but also you're supposed to be able to actually read through, and it's actually kind of interesting to read through. It's, imagine like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like you read it, you're getting a story, but it's also telling you how to be a hitchhiker in the galaxy.
I listened to that podcast. Like somebody's uploaded it to YouTube. I just listened to Hitchhiker's Guide and Terry Pratchett over and over again. Sorry.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
That's it. So Mike, what do you think? What would you play? You don't have to play. This is not putting you on the spot. Oh, we're gonna set this thing up some time in the future.
Mike, this is putting you on the spot. We're gonna set this in. It's gonna happen.
I'd be interested. I need to think about what I want to do.
All right, well, let's do this. So we're gonna give you 3 traits. One needs to have to do with your physicality. Okay, so it can be what you look like or how you move. So think of that. Just think of, it could be a couple words. It could be an adjective. Could be any kind of word. Think of a motto, right? Just something fun, whatever. And then think of the first job that this character would have had. What are the 3 things?
Motto. Excelsior.
Yep. Okay. Motto's Excelsior. What about your physicality?
Family.
Physicality.
Remember, you're a Space Marine, so you've gone through boot camp. You've gone through all that crap.
Right. So he's got to be in some kind of shape.
Yeah. Everybody is in shape.
Everybody's in shape. Okay. So we don't have
the character that I play is Gaunt because he's never spent any time on. There's not a lot of gravity.
Point. If you're in space all the time, then you are not as thick boned as a primer, as a person from Earth. And that's a thing. Actually, there's one character that we have, Cherokee Sue, guest star guy, our person, Jazzy Cabbage plays that person. And Cherokee Sue is enormous. He's like 6.5 feet tall, just this thick, he's got chunk on him, just like a linebacker. And everybody knows that he's from Prime. He's from Earth, is what Prime is. And that's a status symbol. Oh, that guy's tough. His family was well-to-do enough to live on Earth. Oh. So Earthlings, primers, they're huge. And compared to everybody else, they're just fucking muscly, fucking sinewy motherfuckers that'll kill you. They're scary. So you could be any of those things. But what's your physicality?
Physicality. We'll go with
Give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Go.
We'll go with fleet.
All right. What is it?
Fleet. He's kind
Fleet.
of fleet
Okay.
foot.
So you got fleet as a physicality. It's kind of how you move and the shape you're in. You've got Excelsior as the motto. And then what's the first profession this guy had?
You mean before he got into the Marines, Space Marines?
Yep.
He was he worked for the newspaper.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so you have newspaper or like newsroom or whatever the word is. You've got Excelsior, and then you've got fleet or fleet of foot, that kind of thing. So then you guys are in situations. Let's say the situation is you're on a ship. It's not your ship. You guys have kind of like Event Horizon style. It's this derelict that's this ship that has been lost to space forever. You guys just drilled into the side of it. You're in your spacesuit. You get in to the hull. The engineering person has turned on artificial gravity. Boom. It's all dark and everything. Big hallway that leads down. Shit floating everywhere as it all falls when gravity turns on. And there's probably some, maybe your mission is, there's some sort of research that's top secret that you guys need to collect from this place. Okay. Boom. It's your turn. What do you do?
So I need to collect
you're next to Ken's character. We'll say that Ken's character, Dolby, is in charge.
Oh, shit.
Right. So we'll start with Ken. Give you an example. So the action's on you. We do.
Yeah. We're on the ship.
You're on the event horizon. So a big long hallway that leads down to the fucking scary ass engine room.
Mike, there's been an event here that I just don't understand. I like stabbing people, and really, if we run across anybody for me to stab, I'm gonna stab them. So you're totally safe here with me, as long as you don't betray me. So I think we should go down.
Something happens, I'm going to run away because I don't know. I'm just going to run. If you
do have a big gun.
Yeah,
okay.
You got a big. Yeah, you got a big gun. We're on the same side. You got your armor.
You got the big gun.
Okay. And you got your fleet-footed journalism with a fantastic motto. Excelsior.
Okay, as you guys stand there talking with your mag boots going on, you feel the sort of thrum of the artificial gravity maybe like pulling a little too hard on your skin as it kind of wavers in and out between Earth gravity, like a little bit more, a little bit less, that kind of thing. Things rattle on the ground as that happens. Some lights flicker on their automatic thing, all the way down this hallway. It's like a mile long. Event Horizon, this huge monstrosity of a ship. No one knows where it's been. And forever it just appeared out of nowhere. And you see, way down the way, it looks like 2 or 3 people come around the corner talking. They're probably 500 feet away, and they don't seem to see you guys. The action's on you. What do you do?
I think we should hide. Everybody I run into in this world wants to attack me.
Right.
What do you do?
I'm to I'm also going to hide.
Okay. What do you bid to hide? So one of those traits you bid, and that is the stepping off point for the flavor of how you do what you do.
I understand.
So we'll go with Dolby first.
I'm gonna bid hide in plain sight, because that's a character trait that I have.
Yep. So you bid hide in plain sight. How does that look?
So Dolby just freezes, and he sees that maybe there's something like a little sparkly on his vest, and he just puts his like laser sword that is not like it's not on, it's off in this moment, just in front of his vest, and like takes a slight movement over to the side. So if the people come his way, he's in pretty darkness, like there's no light directly at him. So he's just gonna hide right there.
Okay. Bidding one of the traits that you've written down or we have in the mind, how would your guy avoid being seen, Mike?
I hide behind him.
Yep. So what do you bid to do it?
I don't know what that means.
So one of those character traits that you have, either your motto, your physicality, so your fleet, or your job. Which one applies more?
I have to scurry. I have to scurry away with my fleetness to replace.
So, boom. So using fleet, you scurry behind him. Is it a quick movement? Is it slow and methodical? How does that work?
Well, I would say it would be, I would scurry very fast, but like, I don't, but I would say very fast.
So bidding fleet, you see Dolby just statue as he slowly covers the reflective spot on his armor as almost like a dance move. Mike, you barn door around him and hide behind him in his shadow. And that's how the game is played. So then let's say I was like, oh, one of them has bionic eyes and they see really well. You might have to throw down dice to see if you get high enough successes to beat whatever the difficulty is. And
basically, I feel like what would happen was Dolby would attack these people and you would report on the attributes that they had or protect us or any number of things.
So just some ideas. You were a newsie. So maybe you know how to get out of the way. Maybe you went on safari and with a photographer and you know how to be very, very still and hidden. Or maybe you know that I bet that I was in a newsroom and newsrooms are fucking crazy. When the shit hits the fan, you know how to keep your head down. Something like that. You'd be like, oh, Excelsior. How does Excelsior work? Well, you don't even wait for them to look. You immediately, before even Dolby acts, leap to the side up on the wall. Excelsior, time for action. So however you want to do it, and the idea is as you play the character, you gain more traits and you realize, oh, this is what my character does. This is your personality because it's literally what you're doing.
Okay.
So that's the game.
Okay.
In a nutshell. And it takes 492 pages for me to tell you that. Actually, the 492, it takes about 30 to 40 pages for me to tell people how to do that. The rest of the book is lore. There's a setting, although you can apply it to any setting, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, and
big old DreadLore
details
plug.
And getting into like, and it's getting a feel of like if you like that kind of fantasy setting.
Yeah.
And it could be set anywhere. It could be on a spaceship. I think we should do Island Vacation DreadLore. That would be fun.
Just
like everybody's like in the Bermuda Triangle. We're all wearing boxer shorts and tank tops or those Hawaiian shirts. Hanging out on the beach, and I'm an accountant. Mike is like a finance guy. Bill is a janitor somewhere that we brought along just because he has a good a good vibe.
I just saw a movie that is similar to that. Actually, it's a Infinity Pool. Have you guys seen it?
No.
It's trash. I dislike that movie greatly.
Mm.
It's like good for the first half. It's really interesting and riveting the first half, and then it just.
Are you telling me you don't want me to DM the desert, the fantasy
the desert island? I mean, the Epstein Island DreadLore game, probably not.
You don't want me to go?
Yeah, that's not good.
We've gone full Cosby, a little bit Weinstein.
We have gone a little bit full Cosby.
Why not go a little Epstein?
Lord. Okay. Ken, did you have any other questions?
I have so many questions. I just could go for hours. But I do think that we've been going for. I'm not sure how far we've been going because I think my computer says Central Time.
We've been on for about 4 hours. Pretty good thing.
Thanks.
How are you feeling, Mike?
I feel good.
Do you have any things you want to promote before we kind of wrap up, or?
Just check out my music on Bandcamp, Kentucky Prophet, Mornoiz, Mornoiz.
Boom.
Versus Horse. We're available on all the streaming platforms: Spotify, iTunes, Amazon Music, Tidal, etc., etc., etc. We don't really get paid off of any of it because not enough people listen to it. But even if they did, we still wouldn't because.
What is your most listened to song?
I think it's the Kentucky Prophet song, "I Sell Drugs to Celebrities." It's the only one that's crossed 1,000 streams. That's okay. You want to talk about a lyric that one is one that's really good because it's alliterative, and it talks about selling specific drugs to celebrities, and it's like I sold a nickel back to Nas and Nickelback. I sold a dime back to Drew Barrymore. I sold 10. It's just like that. It goes on like that for like the whole song. Just so like it's like a use of alliteration while talking about celebrities.
Yeah. I'm part of the reason why I'm a fan of yours, Mike, is that you have a way of communicating that is really phenomenal, and looking, you get your perspective on and alliteration and prose. You're a poet, you're a prophet, you're funny as hell.
Thank you.
Do you have any shows coming up?
No
like
shows.
You did a show, but
well, Technology versus Horse. We did a show on the 30th of December. It was a reunion show because we were played in Bowling Green, Kentucky, at a bar called Titballs, which we played there a billion times, and it was kind of like we'd heard that the bar was for sale and they were going to close at the end of 2023, and
oh man.
And we found out the bar was maybe not for sale, so that show was for nothing.
Well, it wasn't for nothing.
Nothing. You got to get a little dose of COVID.
Oh yeah, everybody in the band got COVID after the show. Everybody in the band, all their wives and all their kids. Everybody's.
Hide your kids. Hide your wives.
Hide your wives.
Show. I didn't get COVID, but I didn't like. I'm very paranoid about that stuff, so it's not. I didn't wear a mask, but I definitely I didn't get super close to people. And then
yeah, that was smart.
When you said, "Oh, I got COVID," I went and got a test, and I was very nervous about it. I was like, taking care of my grandmother, and I typically don't go out at all when I take care of my grandmother, but Technology versus Horse was playing, and I just had to go. I'm clearly a fanboy, so
you need a T-shirt, man. You got to get a
I
t-shirt.
have two. I have two
Oh, you
t-shirts.
have two? Oh.
I don't. I have one other band t-shirt. I have a Nine Inch Nails shirt.
Hold on. Well, no, go ahead. But like, I think we do have a store. I think we do have a store. Like, it's not like a Redbubble thing, but I think we do have a
marketplace.
A marketplace where you can buy Technology versus Horse t-shirts.
It's not technologyversushorse.com.
No, it's not. It's definitely
that is a website that no longer
yeah. It's like there's Josh Hines, our drummer, has a label called Snow Wolf, and he has a lot of different musical projects. He's got bands. He's got a band called Chess Rockwell. He's got a metal band called Starer. He's got a couple of different musical projects, and one of the things he has over there is he has he has like a kind of thing where you can print your own sort of accessories thing. Like you can buy, like, let's see Technology versus Horse. You can buy all the different bands that all his different musical projects. Let me see if I can find it here. I guess I could, if you're into like different death metal, speed metal, heavy metal sort of projects.
He's a serious drummer.
He's the most musically inclined guy I know. He plays metal, hard rock.
But he plays a couple of other instruments. He doesn't just play drums. He plays like.
Well, basically, he learned to play drums for our band, and the we play is pretty difficult. And his main instruments are bass and guitar. So
they do a lot of switching up time signatures and like melodies, and like it's clearly got some Zappa influence, I think, because he would do that. It's orchestral in some ways. That's
my influence. That's my influence. I'm the only one that listens to Zappa. Everybody else listens. They listen to like Josh likes. He likes heavy metal. He likes Killing Joke. He likes the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Matt likes King Crimson. He likes At the Drive-In, Mars Volta. Rafe likes.
Mars Volta is great.
The Pixies. He likes he likes a lot of.
I also
stuff.
like their other. What is the band the Mars Volta was before they were Mars Volta?
At the Drive-In.
At the Drive-In, yeah, that was good too.
See if I can find. Let's see if I can find. I know it's here. I think this is it. Yeah, this is so stupid. Yeah,
I like the Mars Volta better. I don't know why. I mean, I think maybe it's more polished. I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to post the link in the chat.
In the Discord? Oh, in the chat on the Facebook. Or on the chat on the YouTube.
On the YouTube, if it's okay.
Okay, the YouTube. On the YouTube.
Use the YouTube.
The YouTubes.
I call it the Instagram the other day. I called it the Instagram the other day. And all these, peers, quote unquote,
this
of mine
great.
were like, dude, are you like, how old are you? And I was like, no, I'm totally your age.
I had that problem like last year when I went to the movie theater, because I was in the restroom. I was washing my hands and there's this young guy, probably high school, 17, 18 years old, washing his hands. And I just thought, yep, two young guys washing their hands in the bathroom. And I'm like, 45. He's probably 17. I'm like, yep, I'm just as young as he is. Just as young. But I just want to say this one thing before we move on. Like the technology versus horse shirts at that there's all kinds of shirts over there. One of them is a of the Van Halen VH logo.
Yeah, I saw that.
So it's like the VH with the T it's like we just added a T. It's our cease and desist shirt.
Did you get into any trouble for that? When I was looking at it on your I think you've got all the different images on your Bandcamp. Did anybody ever?
No, we didn't. We never got in. No, Van Halen never said anything. We would have absolutely.
I mean, it's pretty close. It's really quite. It's next to Bergula. I mean, that's such a great album. It does. It
Mike,
like
did you post the URL in there?
I did. Is that?
You might have to actually send it to me because I don't think it'll allow you, since you don't own the channel. I think it actually nixes URLs.
Wow. Are we doing the same
on
thing
Discord?
that whatever that game maker podcast did to you?
Talking about Black Lodge games. So update. I'm glad you mentioned them. So here's what
issue apology.
I know how to do it, so I'll just forget it. I don't know how to do it on the.
No, go ahead. What is it?
I don't know how to send the.
Oh, you can text it to me.
Yeah, just tell it to us.
Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like such an old man. HTTP.
I got you.
/ back. Snow - wolf - 3 dot creator - spring.com.
We'll see if I wrote that right. I'm gonna write it right and see if that works.
Not secure.
Oh, holy shit! Did I write it right? I believe I did. All
right. Well,
Snow Wolf
Discord me that.
Records. Yep, it's in the chat.
Oh, it is.
Cool. Thank you so much.
That's right, girl. That's right. Yeah, if you guys want to check out some,
It's in the chat. I mean,
some goodness.
Find it if it's in the chat.
Holy
That's
shit!
It's like not
Support independent.
That's right. Support.
We're like independent, supporting independent.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. It's like indie on indie. You know what I'm saying?
It's indie.
Endowed.
It's masturbatory indie support is what's happening.
It's not masturbatory. It's not masturbatory.
Oh, because Mike is someone else, so it's a circle jerk.
Right. Come on, man.
And I'm the one that's not going to get canceled.
There's that too. I did have a point. It was lost in the mix. What was it? Ah, damn.
I got too many.
It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good one. What were we talking about right before we did the URL?
The URL that I can't find. Where did you put the URL? Like,
it's in YouTube. It's on the YouTube. It's literally the last thing posted.
Okay, thanks.
If you go to the YouTube, to the live thing, you will see it.
Surprisingly enough. All right, got it.
Yeah, because it's there.
A lot of tabs.
I'm actually gonna do this. Hello, chat. If you're in the chat, please say hello. We'd love to hear from you.
How come all it's all in euros or pounds or something? I feel like I've gone to.
No, it's in pounds.
Is it in pounds?
No, that's euros. That's euros.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a lot cheaper than that, actually. They look like really cool t-shirts.
Yeah.
Who designed your t-shirts? I think you mentioned it earlier, but I forgot.
I think that they were. I think they were designed by Rafe Helsley, the guitar player. I think the guitar player did most of them. The Ken, do you have the Me Poopers shirt?
Yeah, I got the yellow one, and I also got the sprockety one. I like the sprockety one.
The Sprocket one was done by Rafe. The Me Poopers one was done by Matt.
But I've worn them too many times, and Matt, I believe that one was done by Matt. I mean, and apparently he was very inebriated. Maybe too inebriated to be designing logos, and it was so bad it looked like someone who had like a bad day and a brain hemorrhage at the same time while they were drunk. It did not look like a healthy lifestyle person.
He did it on a place. He did it on he was robo tripping at Steak and Shake, and he drew it on a Steak and Shake placemat. And then gave it to the printer and said, "This." And it really is crude. It looks like a crude child's drawing, but it has like bizarre occult references.
That's kind of cool.
And
I was in a. Go on.
No, go ahead. No, and it says shirt $5, and we sold it for $10.
Yeah, for $5 you could get the T-shirt.
No, the shirt on it. It said shirt $5. Well, like in crayon, he sketched shirt $5.
Oh.
10.
But you sold it for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I used to maybe still do Ren fairs and stuff. You ever been to a Ren fair? On weed.
No, not on weed. But I've been to
on weed. Hey man, you ever been to a Ren fair? On weed. Have you been to a Ren fair?
Yeah, one time.
Which one did you go to?
Oh, it's been a long time. I don't remember what it was. I think it was in Owensboro, or it might have been in Bowling Green.
Okay, so there's one called the Kentucky Highland Renaissance Festival, which is in Eminence.
Oh, Eminence.
Eminence, the KY. It's not near Bowling Green, but I mean, it's what, like an hour and a half away.
No, you know what? I didn't go to a Renaissance festival. I saw an exhibit from the Society for Creative Anachronism. That's not the same. Not even close.
It's kind of cool though. That's kind of cool. So Rennies, they're like the new carnies. But Ren fairs are cool. Are they cool? They're pretty cool.
Sure.
I think it's kind of cool. We played and did live steel performances with Ulfheden Viking Entertainment. Give Tim Roberts a shout out. He's one of our Patreon people, and he is the director and owner of Ulfheden Viking Entertainment. Anyway,
and a pretty master fighter, martial.
Oh yeah, he does stunts. He does fight choreography, and he's been the fight choreographer. He and Jacob Woosley did it for a project we were on, and Tim does a bunch of different shit. I'm a master of distraction. Anyway, in the Viking thing, when I was doing that, of course we started learning Viking mythos, the runes, like casting the bones. There's this whole community of Norse pagans that we sort of gotten in touch with or had the attention of. And I learned a bunch about the sort of Norse pagan occult idea, their form of the tarot, the runes, the bones, all the stories, the myths and such. It's pretty interesting shit. And I'm not talking about the obvious racist people that for some reason gravitate toward that. We did not do that. And in fact, helped get rid of many of them at Ren fairs that we went to. Anyway, I think the occult is. Oh my God, yes. Oh yeah. There's this one dude. We were, I think it was an Ohio show, Indiana or Ohio, I can't remember. And it was a Viking festival. we're sitting there practicing because it was all live steel, but it was choreographed, and some stunts and that kind of crap and cool weapons. And we're practicing our scene, and this dude comes up and he's in full regalia, Viking. Just watch the show Vikings or something, and you would know what I'm talking about. And he has this weird weapon he's got, and it's weird when you meet these people. It's like the people that don't believe. What are they called? They're not nationalists. It's something domain. I can't remember the name of it. It's the people that don't believe
0% domain elitist.
No, it's the people that don't believe that they're subject to United States laws.
Sure.
Like they can just be like, I'm part of this and I don't claim to be a part of your government, so.
Is that the 3%ers?
Seceding? Like when they succeed from the government?
Yeah. It's that kind of shit. It's kind of closely tied to preppers and such,
yeah.
But it's not necessarily preppers. There's a specific name for it, and I can't remember what it is. Anyway, something domain. Anyway. It's like talking to a flat earther, okay? If you're a flat earther, we can give you help. There's a moment in the conversation where it's almost like a code. Like they're kind of trying to find out if you're in line with them. So this guy walks up and he's like, "Oh yeah, you guys are you're Vikings." And we're like, "No, we're not Vikings. We're dressed like Vikings. We're just into the culture and into, this is the shtick. We do a pirate show too. Like we're not actually Vikings." And he's like, "Oh yeah, Vikings are great. Scandinavia. Do you have heritage?" We're like, "Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm really fucking white, maybe from the hills, whatever." And he says some word. I can't remember what it was, but I believe it was Ken. That's not distracting at all. There's nothing distracting about what you're doing. That's good for what I'm trying to say. Keep it up. He says there it is. He said, "I want some of this." Oh, not this one. It gives the bubbles. I don't. Okay, actually, never mind. That gives the rain.
The rain and the fog.
Word.
Yeah.
He says some word, and I believe it was Tim. Kind of looks over, and he's like, "Oh shit, that's one of those guys."
Mm-hmm.
We're like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Oh yeah," and he just starts out of nowhere. This dude. It's like he was quoting Mein Kampf. Like just nasty shit. Not really racial slurs, just the kind of have you ever encountered abject racism or abject bigotry?
Yeah, I don't need to look closer than my family, but go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, a couple of times. Yeah, I go on Twitter.
But
like in person. Yeah, in person, we had.
It's almost like a joke. Like you're like, wait, really?
We had the Ku Klux Klan in my county. They're throwing out leaflets on the corner. And,
yeah.
I remember doing a show at I don't know if I did a show at Tidball's, but me and a friend were at Tidball's years ago. This is like 2015. Me and my friend Sarah were hanging out. And this guy just comes talking to us. And he's just talking to us.
Yeah, seems normal.
And it seems normal. and then he says a word that I'm not going to repeat.
Yeah.
But then you hear it, and it's so wild to hear that word in the wild. Yeah, it's almost like somebody sticks a smelly thing in your nose, and you just go, you're like, wow.
It's pretty brazen. I
can't believe you just did that.
Well, it's also
breaks
context.
it breaks the social contract, is what it is.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I'm a firm. That's the right way. I'm a believer, we'll say, in freedom of speech. I think there's no words that are off limits.
I hear that.
But there is a social contract, and there's respect, and saying certain words are disrespectful. And there's a context, you know, like if you're in a play or in a movie or something, like in a film, and you're playing a racist, like if you're in a Quentin Tarantino movie, and like Django Unchained, you're supposed to say those words. That's
right.
But because you're not, you know, it's part of a script.
That guy at the bar,
that was not his. Yeah,
he thought he was amongst like, hey, yeah, I can say this.
Right. Because
same level.
Because we look the same, and that's.
My friend was like, even though my friend
Bowling Green is a safe space. It's a safe space.
Yeah, we're all. Yeah, it's Bowling Green. We can all. You know, it's like.
What's ironic is Bowling Green's the Midwest. I mean,
is it?
It's pretty fucking close. Western Kentucky is.
It's like Nashville light.
It is. It really.
So
is.
my point, we're sitting there in Viking outfits, you know. So we're like even wearing, you know, and they kind of champion this culture. It's you know, the white people warriors who fucked everybody up is, you know, the mentality of it. So people are drawn to it. And the guy throws down, he doesn't use the N-word or any of those slurs, but he's talking in a way that we realize really quick. You know, he's like, you know, the blacks. And we're like, what the
I feel like you're supposed to say black now. If you're talking about a black person, saying African American, I've said African American to like somebody who is black.
You're gonna offend everybody, man.
And you're gonna offend like everybody. Literally, like the dude was like, you can't say like this is like dude was hard. Like this is the guy who was like out of South Central. Like he formed his own company. This guy's a genius, and he's like, oh shit, no, that's not right. It was the dude that pointed the fucking gun at the, like, I did an interview with oh shit, I shouldn't even talk about this. So this guy, like, he's a gun rights activist, and he pointed a weapon at a federal agent, a black.
He's not making
militia.
A good case for himself. It's a
black militia, and I said African American from him. He's like, no, dude, like you can't say that. I was like, okay. Will not
whatever,
say that.
man. People are gonna be called whatever they want to be called.
Go on, my own for himself. He may not say, he may feel that way, but that doesn't mean he speaks for every other.
Yeah, who the fuck knows? I mean, like,
he doesn't speak for everybody. He clearly doesn't speak for everybody. He's a really interesting, smart dude. Like,
that's the thing, is that nobody speaks for everybody. Like that's I think the point we're driving, or that at least I'm driving. You know, someone's gonna get offended however you do it. Part of communication is the willingness to try to understand one another. So if I'm immediately offended by what someone says, then it means I'm not listening. I mean, if they're trying to be offensive, it's one thing. But if they're not trying to be offensive, it's like, well, then why am I getting offended? And moreover, who gives a fuck if I get offended? Well, what does it mean?
But I mean, I think that, you know, as a bunch of white guys, the guy's name was Grandmaster Jay.
You're not white, Ken. Stop acting like you're white.
I mean, like,
you can't pick and choose, motherfucker.
No, I am Hispanic descent.
There we go.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm a quarter Cuban.
Did you tell me that? I didn't do that. Or did
I don't think a lot of people know that. It doesn't matter.
I know it does. It doesn't.
Well, it does. It does, because we're not just three white guys. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, I think there are white Hispanic people, just like there are black Hispanic people, and that goes across.
There's also a lot
like,
more
line.
African American blood in us than maybe a lot of people would like to admit.
Sure, and we're all black. I mean, don't even fool yourself. You're black. I mean,
Yeah.
Conan O'Brien may not be black, but everybody else is.
Well, I can point to ancestors that are definitely black. I'm just not. Anyway, it doesn't matter because fuck.
Yeah,
My
and
point.
I'm also Jewish. That doesn't make
Are you Jewish?
me. No, not at all. Because in the Spanish Inquisition, my family became Catholic, not Jewish.
You turned away from God. Good job.
Well, no, I'm an atheist, so I totally did. Like, sorry.
Okay, so
but
this
my point
racist.
is I said African American to Grandmaster Jay, who got convicted of pointing a gun at a Fed, and the dude is smart.
Wait, who's
we did an
Grandmaster
interview
Jay?
with. Shit, I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
You're telling the story. I mean, if you're gonna tell a story, if you're gonna tell a story and you're gonna interrupt my story, you better fucking tell me who Grandmaster Jay is.
I've done too many. He's a militia leader. He was sentenced to some prison time. He pointed. It was a Black Lives Matter in Louisville march.
Okay. Which side of that was
he cited somebody, a police officer, who he looked through the site.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done that.
On a
That's
building.
stupid.
He shouldn't have done that. You don't
That's
look
really
through a
fucking
site.
stupid.
It was stupid.
As someone who's a proponent of guns, I'm a proponent of guns.
But
I think we should have firearms.
He's definitely.
Let me finish the thought. I'm a proponent of having guns. However, if that's a contentious statement, I'm not saying I'm right, but that's what I'm into. However, if you're trying to convince people that guns are okay, pointing a gun at someone defeats your purpose.
Can't do that.
Like that's fucking stupid.
It was a very compelling interview, and certainly it happened during a very contentious time. With what went on with Breonna Taylor and with
so he's a lot of emotions and
a lot of emotions. You know, he was super hyped up. We did an interview. Sure. It's really engaging interview, but like that's where I was told it's like I used it for a long time, and you know my buddy, fantastic Negrito, and like. Dude, when he told me, he told me the name of his band is like okay, and being Spanish, I know Negrito is Little Black. It's so it's not. It means something, or it means something different in other cultures.
You don't have to disclaim that.
Yeah, but the point is that. You know, I hear African American and I get cringy a little bit in my own head. It's just like I've been told. It's like Native American. It's like,
well, they don't want to be called Native Americans anyway.
They don't like people. Go ahead.
Say that again, Mike. You blipped out for a second.
Names of their tribes.
Yeah.
And how the fuck am I going to know you're Choctaw? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like. So do people need name tags? Like, there's a point of absurdity, right?
No.
It gets to be an absurd nature. Let me finish the story really quick, and then I'll never fucking talk about it again. Long and the short of it is, this guy throws down the racial rhetoric. And we're like, dude, I don't think that we're I don't think we're speaking the same language. We're not like that. We're just entertainers, etc. And he's like, right, but you know, we're all the same. We're all white. And it's hilarious. So a few of the Ulfithen Vikings, actually, at that time, a good quarter of them, none of us have Viking heritage, first of all. That's first. None of us are actually fucking Scandinavian in any goddamn way. A quarter of them are not white presenting. Specifically, one of the guys, one of my very good friends, rolls out a black guy in full regalia, full Viking regalia. And it's this entire story, and he has no idea this is going on. He comes out, he's like, "Hey guys, we're gonna practice." And this dude looks, he's like, "We're all the same, right? We're all white." And lands on him, and he's like, "Yeah, we're all the same." And the guy's like, "Oh, I thought you all were." And we're like, "Yeah, we're not racists. You fuck." Or maybe we are, but we don't try to be. Okay, that's the story. He got kicked out later. And then I found $5 lying on the ground.
Good for you. I mean, good to all of it. Seems like a good day.
The rhetoric, man. The rhetoric. What are you supposed to call people? Mike, you've traveled around a shitload performing. So you've had a different perspective. You're going to these places professionally. You're trying to communicate to people. You have goals in doing it. What have you seen? And what do you have to keep in mind when you're talking to crowds and all of that, as pertaining to what we're talking about right now?
Good.
Or wherever you go with it.
I just have to realize that just to be really concise with my thoughts, because I used to be a lot more verbose and like go on like tangents and stuff. I mean, especially in the Kentucky Prophet days, I would just go on like long tirades and things like that.
Kind of goes with the Kentucky Prophet, though.
Yeah, it does. Sort of like the whole, it's kind of baked into the bread of what Kentucky Prophet is. But when with a group, you sort of like, okay, it's a collaborative thing, and it's like, okay, we're playing songs. There's no room for me to like talk. It's like, so like in communicating with audiences is like, get to the point. If I'm going to say something, I really want to get to the point and get to the heart of what I want to say. And in my lyrics, I want to get to the heart. Like if I'm singing a song, I want to like get to the heart of something. And even if it's something satirical or something meaningful, if it's political, I want to like get to the heart of it. That's basically why I keep doing what I do, is because I want to like get to the heart of something. And it could be, whatever is on. It could, if I'm saying something to the audience, it could be whatever's on my mind that night. I remember when we did the show we did on the 30th. I went on a little bit of a tirade about the pay for parking. The pay for parking lot outside the venue. Sure. And everybody cheered because we hated it.
Crazy. Yeah. And Bowling Green paying for parking. I will never pay for parking in Bowling Green.
Right. And everybody responded because we were all like, and it could be something as simple as that. It could be, it could be a simple thought or a profound thought. It's just
why do you not pay? Because I don't know shit about Bowling Green. I can assume.
Why do you not pay for parking in Lexington? I mean,
well, but that's
it's the same.
But hey, Ken, it's not for me. It's for the audience.
No, it's the same. Why do you not pay for
they don't know
parking in a small town? No, it's a small town thing. It's
Bowling Green, small town. It's a small college town, and there's a bar. There's a bar nearby, and there are some private lots that are used for business during the day, and at night, because those lots were empty, cars would park in those lots to go to the bar. And then the guy who owned the lots would get upset and say, "I'm going to start towing." And he did. So what he started doing was he started instituting a thing where you had to download an app and download an app and buy the parking space for the night. That's what we got there on the 30th. And everybody, so, instead of like, in Nashville, if you go pay for valet parking or pay for parking, there's a little guy there and he, gives you your ticket and you park in the lot, and then at the end of the night, you There's your ticket. You take your car and leave. Now, he's not going to do that. And if he picks up a few bucks, he picks up a few bucks a night because somebody downloaded an app to save some money not parking, then that's great. But most people are just like, to hell with him, we're not going to park in this lot, which is all he wants. He doesn't want anybody parking his lot, even though nobody has ever really caused him any trouble. There's never been any problem because of that lot. It's just he finds it to be a massive inconvenience. And we just said, fuck him. All it would really take is for all of the parking, all it would take is for the towing companies to go, no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to.
They want that money, dude.
Yeah, they want that.
If there's any tow, sorry, go on, Ken.
No, I just said I was agreeing. I just said exactly what you said.
If there's any towing companies that happen to be watching, if you're a tow truck driver, okay, listen.
That's when you want them, is when your car. Yep.
I have sympathy. Do I have sympathy? Tow truck drivers. I mean, it's a job. That's respectable.
Yeah.
And when you want the tow truck, when you need it, like you just said, you need it. You need it. However, if you're fucking stealing people's cars and then extorting them for them, fucking die.
Yeah.
Okay? You're a fuck. Don't fucking do it. Fucking, like, it is your goddamn choice to be a piece of shit. Fucking don't do it. I'm gonna channel rage. Like, don't do bullshit, man. Don't fucking steal people's shit and extort them. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, it's really inconvenient to, it's just an inconvenience to the people who
It's awful. It's awful.
It's people who it's basically a big middle finger to the community, because it's like, if we were parking in that lot during the day, he's absolutely right. We should be towed. Absolutely right. Because that's a business lot and people rent those spaces during the day.
Does he own it?
He owns that. He owns those lots. He owns those lots. Them out to businesses, and people use those spaces. So those spaces are used for business. So if people parked in those spaces during business hours, he's right to tow them. But after 5 o'clock, nobody's using them. So what's the point? Why can't I?
There's this idea of, like, I understand why people are what's the word? Enticed by ideologies like communism. Not to go stupid here, but the idea of private property being a problem. Like, oh, I own this lot, so I can fuck everyone over because I own it. I can do what I want with my own property, even if that infringes upon others and causes other people issues. Think of like leeways. Like, you have land, for example, and there's, I don't know, lumber on it that you want to cut, but so-and-so won't let you have the leeway to get the trucks in to cut it because they want your fucking money. And they own the land. Big rant. It happens in Eastern Kentucky a whole lot, and Appalachia in general. This is an argument against private property, right? Because isn't the community more important than that one dude's pride or entitlement, right? He pays taxes on that. He owns that for now, as long as he's alive. And then feels the entitlement of, well, I can do what I want with it. And if I don't want people to park there, then no one should be able to park there, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how do you argue with that? Because we live in a society. Go. This is volleyball. I just boop.
The thing is, it's like he's developed. Well, I mean, like, he's done it. He's like, look, here's my app. Here's my app. You can download my app if you want to. I'm going to pay you're gonna pay this much money for this app, and then you can have it for the night. So that's his solution. His solution is, if it means that much to you to use my spot, download my app. Here
Is it just really convenient?
He's getting his. He's getting his. I mean, it's the inconvenience factor is that if you want to park at this club, you can park behind it, right? It's a small lot, right?
Behind it, you can park behind it. But
and then if you there's a little neighborhood that's right next to it, so otherwise you're walking about a half a block. I mean, there are meters. You can park for free right in front of Rand Paul's burned out office that burned down, if you wanted to.
There's an element here that go on.
It's not like there's nowhere to park. It's just
it's just dicky.
Yeah.
Well, there's an element.
It's like an empty parking lot that doesn't get used.
Also, it's not like we don't. If he were to allow us to use the lot, it's not like we don't have a responsibility to take care of it for using it. We do. We would have a responsibility. Like, okay, we use this lot. Let's not trash it. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we have, like, if he were to grant this privilege, which he did for years. It's not like
What changed? Okay, so two
somebody
things.
could have left some trash there.
First of all, someone could have fucked it up. Second, and it's something I hadn't thought about. I don't know how it works in Bowling Green, or even in Kentucky, honestly. Let's say I'm walking and I break my leg on his lot.
Liability. The thing is,
I do get
the argument
there.
The argument against liability, if we want to go like urban planning,
That's true. If it's private property, I don't think it applies. Although he needs a fucking fence.
There's an alley right next to this that people walk from the square in a very public area. There's a public access alley, so people will be walking through that lot anyway.
Right.
To get to this.
Although they're trespassing.
No, it doesn't. I mean, if they are, there's no signs posted. It feels very. Yeah, but it feels very like public access. It's a bank.
But it ain't.
Yeah.
If it was, he wouldn't be able to tow. That's the thing, and this is the social contract that
you can't get to the lot from that alley. No, actually, you can't get. Yeah, you can't get to one of the lots from the alley.
Okay.
No, I'm thinking about the bigger lot on the other side of it. My mistake.
Yeah.
It seems like the bar owner would have some sort of deal and maybe just pay, and that way the customers don't have to.
The bar owner is on the verge of saying we're done, and that could be the change.
Yeah, so they don't give a fuck. That's what it is. It's people not giving a fuck. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, by the way, with communism. Because people think that if nobody owns anything and everything is everyone's, then everyone will take care of it. They are wrong. Try living with a roommate. Because you have the same trash can and you have the same kitchen.
I don't see the communist argument, but
Dude, communism is not a good idea. It's also never been put into practice.
So we don't know if it works.
Yeah, well, I mean,
for real.
Utopia fucking works. Democracy technically works, but you see what happens, and we love to bitch about democracy in its current state and capitalism and all these things. You have to do what people are going to actually do, and what people do with communism, arguably, is communism has never been tried in its truest form, arguably because it's constantly combating the West, right? Communism isn't.
The West is constantly combating it.
Absolutely,
it doesn't.
Because they diametrically. Well, it seems as though they are diametrically opposed. They're not necessarily, except So if communism has to do with private property, that being the anathema, you need to get rid of that so that we can do what we need to do. The thing that the communists that I have encountered, and I'm not talking about real communists who live in real communist countries, because
theoretical communists.
Yeah, they've never read the Communist Manifesto. The people that are like, "Man, I'm a communist," it's like, okay, you identify as a communist. Communist Manifesto is great for about 2/3 of the way, and then it gets fucking awful, because this is what communism is. This is what Friedrich Engels and Karl Marx said to do. They were like, hey, murder, kill, overturn, coup d'etat, in any way cause absolute anti-disestablishmentarianism, cause havoc in any way to destroy the governments that are existing so that we can rise up from the ashes.
Yeah.
Communism is incredibly violent, warmongering, because it's a necessary evil to get to what we need. That's in the Communist Manifesto. And this is the spirit of what was going on in World War I, the 20s and 30s, and all this bullshit that actually Rachel Maddow talks about in her podcast, The Ultra, or just Ultra. Communism's vile. It is not what people think it is.
Bill Bunkum's heavy metal communist parking lot.
I mean, it's kind of cool to be like, oh, we all own everything. How about this? How about we're not dicks?
That's all.
How about don't be a dick?
Yeah.
Own your shit. Don't be a dick.
Was that expensive? I mean, is his lot? I mean, to me, it's lazy. Like, I wouldn't even consider parking in it, having lived in LA and driven around. Like, I don't park in parking lots. If I can avoid it, I will not park in a parking lot ever. Like, I don't want to park in a parking lot. If I have to walk a block or two in the rain, I'm not going to park in a parking lot. I don't care. I don't want to deal with like people. Like, and that is a thing. When I think of a parking lot, I think of like, I got to deal with some shithead that like has a parking lot, and I don't want to deal with it. That's my thought on parking lots.
I think it costs more to park in that lot than it did to get into the band, to get into Tidball's.
Oh yeah, night. I believe you. It's like $10 or something, or $5.
No,
I mean,
that's the cover that night.
Yeah, that's lame.
I think it was a $5 cover. It might have been a $10 cover, but still, it's like, but the amount of time to download his app and then like plug in your credit card, and then, or even if they had a QR code and you like snapped a little.
Right, and you know what? The thing is, you're not even sure that the QR code is like. I mean, somebody drove up to me and said, "Look, the QR code sometimes doesn't work," and he'll tell you.
It could be anybody's QR code. You could put your own fucking
anybody's.
QR code on.
Like, if you want to listen to one of our previous podcasts, we went into great depth of like QR codes in public. Like, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna scan a QR code ever.
No.
Because you don't know where it's coming from, and it could have any number of
STDs.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Sexually transmitted diseases is what.
No, I was trying to like synthetic, transferable,
terrible data. No,
I got mixed up.
What'd you say?
I got mixed up with STP.
Oh, STP.
Yeah, those Stone Temple Pilots.
Yeah. Okay.
Good band.
All right. So, we got 9 minutes before we're gonna wrap it up. I think that's a pretty good time.
Yeah. This is a 6-hour-long podcast.
This is a haul, baby. Mike, this is a haul.
All right. Yeah.
It's a good one. I want to know what's the next. I did text you, dude. You never look. You never pay attention. Mike, I want to know, when's the next time you're going on tour? Why not, etc.
TBD. Probably not likely to go on tour anytime soon.
Why?
I don't have my next band, the band I am forming right now, is probably going to be a band that gigs infrequently and probably will not tour unless by miracle a massive hit happens and then we have to tour. But I don't think that's gonna.
Do you want to?
Oh, I'd love to go on. I'd love to tour for but I mean, I'd like to play for audiences. I don't want to just book a tour for the sake of booking a tour. I don't, because I've done that.
Okay. So we're getting to something. One of the reasons that we did not tour very much in any of the incarnations of bands that I've had, it's because after a while of playing at the 1-2 person show.
Yeah, venue. Well, I mean, you're putting your band out there, but the venues don't market.
No.
So it's really on you if you play. So you actually need a publicist wherever you're going. You have to hire a publicist if you want to play for people.
Right. Well,
in that town that knows the market.
I knew that Kentucky Prophet was over when I played a show in Greenbrier, Tennessee at a coffee house, and 6 kids showed up. And I was like, okay, I'm going to get through this. And I did my songs. I just closed my eyes. 6 kids sitting in front of me, 6 teenagers sitting there. I'm just going to close my eyes and do my set. I'm going to close my eyes. I'm not even going to look at them. Holding the microphone in my hand and singing my songs. And after a few songs, I finally opened my eyes. All the kids are gone. And who were in front of me? A goat and a rooster.
Where were you?
Greenbrier, Tennessee, north of
Nashville. That is the bit, because that's good. That's gold. You need to fit that in somehow. It's a good goddamn story. So did you continue playing?
I finished up. I think I played a total of 6 songs. I was going to play probably about 45 minutes. And I think I cut the set short about 20 minutes. And then
it's like getting gutted. It's awful.
I'm done. I don't need to do this anymore. Nobody cares.
They do. People do care. You're not going to want to hear what I'm about to say because you already know what I'm about to say.
I don't, but go ahead. Try me. I don't know what you're going to say.
Yeah, you do, because you probably said it to yourself. Maybe I'm being arrogant. It's not uncommon for me. So the idea, we were playing a show in Louisville once. This is a band called Forstella. And we're doing the set. We were 2 songs in, maybe at this bar, 10 people are there. Not too many people. It's just kind of a small place that happens to have a pretty nice sound system and stage. And suddenly, all these people come in. And I'm talking, it's packed. And we're playing through a song. It's the middle of the song. They were not there for us. It just so happened that these people came in. And they're like, holy shit, we heard music. It's rock music. Let's fucking get into it. I remember looking over at the band members. And we're sitting there like, we're doing it, guys. We're doing it. It's amazing, that feeling. We got about 3 songs left in the set. People are going nuts. They're doing their thing. Something happens. A change in the wind. And they all leave the bar. Literally, they're gone. We got 3 more songs. And all of that elation, that holy shit, they came to see us. No, They didn't. They didn't come to see us. They were just here. We finished the song, and everybody, we're a bunch of dudes, so we're emotionally constipated. We can't admit we have other emotions than, I want to fuck and I want to fight, right?
Yeah.
Those guys are like, let's just fucking end it. And I was like, we can't end it. We have to play we have to finish the set. Because I'm lawful neutral. You got to finish the set.
You got to finish the set.
But we didn't.
In a band. No, if you're in a band, if you're by yourself, I see like stopping the set. But I think if you're in a band, you gotta band practice.
But that was it.
You set up your gear. You set up your gear in the band.
They were done. They were like, we're gonna get paid.
Have fun with it.
We're gonna get paid. We played. We did the thing, and I was like, guys, and that band broke up. They actually kicked me out of it. I was like, guys, it is important that we finish this. And I didn't realize it at the time. But I think what I was touching on was what Rick Rubin was saying. We're not doing this for them. If we're doing it for them, then why the fuck are we touring? We need to create a buzz on whatever it is and make sure people are there and have a show for people. Hey, we know the people are there. We do all the legwork. But that's not what we're doing. You can't we as artists
you can't
try to do it all.
Briefcase in. You can't do it. Yeah.
And then we beat ourselves up because we're internal. We beat ourselves up and we're like, oh, it doesn't matter, what I'm doing is bullshit. But we're actually, if we were able to actually step outside of ourselves and objectively look, we could see it's not actually reasonable, this line of thinking. My point, if you want to tour, then tour. But if you want to play to a crowd, you got to get the crowd going somehow, and then you play to the crowd. And your content will matter to who it needs to matter to. That's my thing with this fucking book.
My thing. Can I interrupt you? I just want to add to it. My thing was I was in a noise band, and so what we would do is they would have us in LA, come and play a show, or me just come and play a show to end the night, to get people to leave because we were playing noise and it was loud and it was abrasive. And so our goal was to get people to walk out the door, and we felt pretty good about it, like, because we liked the music we were playing and we knew that they didn't get it. So like my experience is starting out with a pretty full room and ending off like nobody there.
Did you ever have someone staying though that was like, "Fuck yeah, dude"?
Well, yeah, no, of course. I mean, I and that was even weirder because you were like, "What's wrong with you?" I was playing this noise show at a place called The Hive. I don't know if it still exists in downtown LA. We cleared out the space. Everybody was gone. The artists were gone. Everybody was gone, and there were these like two girls like hanging out after, and I guess my ride had also left, and they gave me a lift home. And so it was a great night. I spent the night and everything. I mean, it wasn't a sexual thing. It wasn't a sexual thing, but it was definitely like they liked. I was too awkward for them. Like I kept being awkward. Could have been something. It's fine. It's not. I'm not. I don't really focus on that aspect of it. It's just like somebody's gonna stick around and like what you're doing because you're human, and like
I don't think humans are in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but no, there are humans
everywhere.
There are humans everywhere, and like not everybody's gonna get it, and that's fine. Not everybody, like, certainly I used to specialize on getting people to not like me for some reason. I don't know why I did that. It was because I was an asshole. Like, and
no, you weren't an asshole. You were hurt, and
I was hurt and
wanted to be accepted. So I understand. I did the punk
point.
scene.
The point is that that's over now. We don't have to do that. I just want to be liked. I want to like other people. I'm not gonna play noise to like clear out a room. I'm gonna just like be a human, and I'm gonna do what I feel is best. And I totally agree with you. You know,
I don't like this.
but
I don't like you totally agreeing with me. No.
I see the fact that if you're with a band and you're playing with a group of people, like you finish it out. But I also see that if you are solo and you don't have that much invested and the sound system isn't necessarily amazing, like Mike, you would have finished the set if like the venue was awesome. If you were standing in a theater with phenomenal speakers and you were vibing and feeling and like you were in a good headspace, like you would have, like I would just go right now and to the opera house locally, and I would bring my keyboard and my thing and like just play just for the fun of it.
Mike, you quit because you were down, right?
Oh, I was very down.
That's why you quit.
Down.
So I see a kindred spirit. I understand clinical depression, okay?
Yeah.
Ken is a fan of yours. Your music is good. Just accept it.
Yeah, but my best friends are fans of his too. So I mean, it just come up.
I know. I'm just saying, you're not going to convince someone, okay? There's reality and there's not reality. And if you believe you're shit, then you're believing in fantasy. You're not shit, obviously. So, are you going to go on tour? Or are you just making music? Or what is it that you're actually going to do?
I'm just making music. That's all I'm doing.
Fuck it.
Occasionally there will be a show in the future when we get things situated. We get a bass player and we get our finished and released. We will probably play shows locally, and then hopefully I will be able to do more music in terms of hopefully I will be able to submit more music to publishers and producers to be recorded by other artists, which is what I ultimately want.
So that's actually what you want.
That's what I want. That's what I want more than anything, because it's like I don't, the days of me being a rock star are long gone. I do this because what I want to do is write songs for other people, because I think that's way more interesting. I think you should do it. I think you should do it.
I think what I think doesn't matter, but I think you should do that. Put together a tour as well.
No,
because you like to perform. I know you like to perform.
I don't think he should. I never want to tour. Like, I don't want to play live. I don't want to.
You don't want to play live?
People.
Playing live's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I want to play live with a band, maybe, where we rehearse and it's easy and everything comes naturally and people don't have like positions.
No, fuck that. I want people to see me. I want to get on a stage and play the shit out of some music and to communicate to people.
You had opportunity to do stuff and play in a band with me.
We're not actually talking about me, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah. And you decided you didn't. He's a great performer. He's a fantastic performer. But
Mike, do you like performing?
I do.
I think he's absolutely a performer. Like I saw him perform 20 days ago. It was a
put
awesome
together
show.
Performance and do it. I mean, I don't know how to. I don't know how to get. Yeah, I know it's hard.
It's hard.
I'm very fucking aware that it's hard. If it were easy, it wouldn't matter. Put together a performance. Have something sitting out there that you do.
Like Bill is high off at like his first year in LA, and he's like, the synchronicity.
I'm not high off my first year in LA. I'm not high off of it. There's nothing high about it. LA, man. Oh, it's fun.
It's LA. Doing things in LA, it's like I probably wouldn't be where I am if I hadn't been. If I gone to LA, but I'm glad I left LA.
It's rough town.
I'm glad I left.
It's a rough town.
It is a rough town.
Hard to be here. It's hard to be here.
It's hard to be there, and I'm sure it's gotten harder since I've been there, since I left there.
I just don't understand why. I do understand why. It's difficult to be here. You know,
there is a manic energy. Because the whole time I was there, I thought, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I'm on the verge of doing, because I was close to because it's the epicenter. It's the epicenter of the entertainment industry. And you think, I'm on the verge. It's where all the nightclubs are at. It's where the industry, the television industry. And you think, because you're there and that's where the nerve center is, you think, I'm on the verge of something. I'm on the verge of something. When the reality is, at least in my case, I was in a sweaty apartment in Sherman Oaks, California, making demos with my roommate. And
your roommate was a phenomenal fucking musician. Like I made music with him as well, and like
yeah, but the reality is we were no closer to making it than we would have been had we stayed in Bowling Green. We were no closer to a record deal than we were had we stayed in Bowling Green.
So this is a perspective. I wasn't there. It's a perspective. I got a metaphor. It's a shitty metaphor. Ken, go ahead.
I have a metaphor too. Like my buddy, like who I worked for, he was a manager with Interscope and managed major bands. That you all know, and we've talked about a few of the bands that he managed during this time. Doesn't matter what I gave to him, like I was never gonna get a gig with them, and none of the artists that I brought to him, like they were never good enough. It didn't matter, like they were not gonna get signed. I probably played Mr. Neutron track for this guy. I played Fantastic Negrito, like one of his prior bands, and he turned down. It didn't matter the quality. It wasn't what they were looking for, and what they're looking for is 20, if not younger. And they want something that, or the model at the time at least was 10 to 15-year-olds will dig. And that was never us. We, in any of our bands or ideas or concepts.
Ironically, go on.
That's surprising. You would have thought at that point they would have really dug the cover of Physical. Because me and Taylor did a cover of Physical that I thought would be really I don't think I ever got that. Yeah. It would have been like, I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, it would have been like, it sounded like we took that Olivia Newton-John song and just trashed the hell out of it. But it kind of like for 2001, 2002, if somebody had done a really kind of heavy, hard rock version of Physical by Olivia Newton-John, the way we did it, I think it would have done really successful. If you'd played them maybe that would have, you know what? No, that's fine.
What happened is I played him all this stuff and I played him all this creativity, and it made the guy like me. And so I got work. And that's what, you know, I got referrals, and people like connected me to other people. They didn't do shit for my friends. And still won't. They like me, they'll answer my phone call.
That's awesome.
But it doesn't matter. I mean,
it does matter
because you said earlier, and I never stopped thinking about what you said earlier. It's like,
you know, about
why
Mike
don't
or me?
people, you.
Oh, well, you shouldn't ever quote me or even think about anything that I say, sir.
You said earlier something about, like, you know, I'm a different level of actor than you are. Like, I'm further into the system than you are. I mean, it's because they have it doesn't matter what they say. They could talk about you all day long, and the connection is with that one person. It's not with a different person.
Right. It's kind of like what Mike was saying earlier. And when you guys were talking about, fuck, I can't remember the dude. That John Black, is that his name?
Frank Black.
Frank Black.
But
Black.
You know,
Frank.
there's a system. There's a system, and from the outside, it looks like one thing, but it actually isn't that thing. Which is odd because when with business, it is that thing. Like if you want to get a job done, for example, a film, you just make the film. Like,
yeah, but
you get the money together.
Making the film. Hard part is not making the. Doesn't matter. Making the film is easy. Distribution, getting people to watch it, that's what's hard.
Right, but what I'm talking about is making the film.
Yeah, but like it. But that's
me being an actor.
That's the answer to the band. You want people to show up at the concert. It's not about making the music. It's not about making the song. You could have a great song, a great band, all the right places, but like if you don't have a promoter or somebody doing the thing, it's nobody's going to be there. This is a cyclical conversation.
Sure. So we're all musicians. I'm a musician. I maybe used to be a musician. We've had this conversation. I get it. But it's a cyclical thing. It's a one thing and then another thing and then another thing. It's the argument that a person has. We've already addressed this, actually. You have to have that yes and mentality. I made notes.
Oh, good.
Yeah. The idea of, well, I can't do it because of this, and if I did this, I can't do it because of this, so I'm now back to square one. Well, go fuck yourself. Yes, it is that easy. Make the fucking film. It is as easy as doing it. It is actually that easy. You actually get the people together. There are steps. There's things you have to do. You make the fucking film. Oh, and then you have to do shit. And you do the things. But what we want to do is be like, look at this shiny thing. Everyone like it. And then if they don't, then, kill me now. No one likes anything I say. Why would they like a song that I made?
The reason why anybody ever saw Double Brothers Double Trouble, the film that you made at the Louisville Independent Film Festival that got in, the reason why that room was
Mike, have
full.
you seen this film?
I haven't seen it.
Ken edited the shit out of this film, and I think you would like it.
It's a pretty wild. We can.
Have you ever seen or have you ever played Double Dragon?
I've played Double Dragon.
It's basically Double Dragon as a film, except it's stupid.
So
it's really stupid.
I spent the day before, or maybe 2 days before, just talking to all the filmmakers, getting people to come and show up, and they did.
Yeah. Yeah, you did the legwork.
If you want, like, but we don't have that luxury. I had that luxury because I'm from Kentucky, at a place to stay. You know, I paid gas to get to a different city, and I paid, you know, this and that. I did get paid for that film. I mean, I'm not complaining about the money part of it.
You can complain about it. You didn't get paid much. For the amount of work you put in, you didn't get paid much.
it wasn't about that. It was about like my experience. But what other people did that went to that film festival, they paid for plane tickets, not only for them, but for a bunch of other people. All those people went to see my film. I did not see their film. Like,
no,
I might be an asshole, but like I was on my trip. And
so
I
think
this
pulling this into music.
Yeah. I think
pulling it into what Mike is doing.
I think with music, Mike is on Mike's trip. Like he is in his creative space that he needs to be in to make it work for him. So he's going to play when he wants to play, and he's not going to play when he's not feeling it. So it's
Mike,
just like,
you're here. I am a demon on one of your shoulders. Ken is an angel on the other. Tell us the truth of this.
Well, a part of it is, I mean, like, okay, right now I have a band in development, and I guess Technology versus Horse, whenever they decide to awaken, I awaken that sleeping minotaur. And these are bands that have members, and these members have families.
Yeah.
And that is a reality that has to be dealt with.
Yep.
These have families that have to be taken care of. These people have jobs that have to be, they have jobs to take care of their families. And that's important. So, like, that is why it is important to do, okay, it's like we can take a night off to go do a show. That's okay. To take like a week off to go do a tour, that would take more moving around and taking some sacrifice. And that would mean taking time away from the people they love and putting more of a burden on, like mom putting burden on mom to raise the kids,
right,
while they're all rock star in a bar with who knows how many people. Could be 200 people in the bar, maybe 2 people in the bar. Who knows? You know, and is it going to be worth it? Like,
it needs to be worth it.
You know, again, yeah, and we would have to hire a publicist to get our name out there in towns that we haven't played in. Yeah, we would have to do things like that in order to get people interested in us. Would I like to do something like that? I would love to do something like that. I think it would be interesting. I want to play for audiences. I want to play for people who are interested in hearing what we have to do. But there is a reality of supply and demand. We have to create demand before we can meet that. And there's no reason to tour if there is no demand.
Do you have a Patreon?
But it's also an infrastructure. Like, you don't have the infrastructure in place. You don't have people in place to like manifest some of this stuff as well. Like, it's like with filmmaking. I've got a film where I would make money. I would get paid to do this film. All I have to do is find 1 or 2 elements that are difficult to get. And it's like I'm right on the verge and the film's going to get made. But I just don't have the infrastructure in place to put it to pull the trigger on it. I got actors.
We should talk, sir.
Yeah,
I might be able to help you.
Yeah, well,
I don't mean as an actor. I actually could probably help you. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, you don't believe it.
You asked if I have a Patreon? I do not have a Patreon. I subscribe to a podcast on Patreon. That's it.
So, thank you. Having a Patreon or maybe a GoFundMe, some sort of crowdsourcing, if you have your own project, because it sounds like you have these other projects, these bands, and they have priorities. Yeah. Which is great. But
we did do a Kickstarter in 2011 to fund the production of a 7-inch single.
Yeah, and Kickstarters, and was it successful?
It was successful. We printed up 100 copies of a 7-inch single, and we had incentives.
That's awesome.
And it was great. We did great.
It's a separate kind of, it's coming at it from a flanking maneuver, but so from the gaming perspective, there's a guy named Eric Bloat, and his company is Bloat Games. That's BLOAT. Eric Bloat is he kicks or helped me. He was a Kickstarter backer on DreadLore. He has loads and loads of games. Really cool guy. He might be on the podcast at some point. Very solid dude. At any rate, my point of saying this, we should have a drinking game for this episode of how many times I say this is my point. He wants to create games. He loves role-playing. But what he's done is he's created this business around Kickstarter where he comes up, it's pretty much a small operation. He creates these games. He figures out the artwork, maybe with an artist, whatever. He puts it out there, boom. And now Bloat Games has an audience. You dig where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
He's created the traditional, I'm going to go be a musician, I tour, and because people see me, now I have an audience. That's viable, but there's another way to do it. There are several ways to do it. You creating a brand online, whether it's a Kickstarter, since you know how to do it and it's been successful, whether it's a GoFundMe, a coffee page, a Patreon, and it's literally stuff that you can do in your current situation with the music project you have. You're building up not just your target audience, but the people that actually support you. You build up that crowd, and then you say, hey guys, I'm going to be at this tour. I'm going to plan a tour. It's a week long. Let's do a Kickstarter for a fucking tour, for the gas, for the whatever, for the boop, 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 for the promotion. There you go. Like, and this is stuff that fucking blows. I hate this shit. But you can do it, and people would respond to it, and you know how to do it, and you have the product. You have good fucking music. Like, you could have a Patreon. Oh fuck, you could have a Patreon that's like, hey, look, there's the $3, the $5. Hey, just support me. You got the one that's like the $15. It's like, hey, look, I'm gonna type these fucking messages. The one where it's like, hey, I've got all these fucking B sides, and I'm gonna release whatever. Live stream such and such about talking. Blah. Hey, we're getting the fucking band back together on the Zoom call. You can be a part of it if you're in the Patreon.
Right. You know, it's like I'd be, you know, it's like, I mean, it's an interesting way to look at it. I mean, it's like there are certainly ways to look at incentivizing a band that beyond, like, on an independent level that I've never really contended with because I really don't know how.
I feel that.
I really don't know how, you know. I mean, it's like the way that it was done when I came up with is largely over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Largely don't do it like that anymore. The idea of, like, you know, you tough it out in the clubs and pay your dues, and then, like, somebody discovers you, and then you get signed to a deal, and then, like, you put, you know, that 90s kind of Gen X kind of grunge idea, like, getting discovered. That doesn't happen anymore. Now,
so it happens. Here's the deal. You're right. What the guitarist roommate of mine, he doesn't actually have a band, and they're already signed. It's not even a fucking band. They were signed before they had a band.
Sure.
I don't understand this. I was talking to him. I was like, "What are you talking about?" He was like, "Oh yeah, when all the documents are through, we're gonna go." And his music's awesome, and it sounds great, and all these things. It's honestly derivative. It is. It's derivative as fuck. But it is incredibly good, and it no doubt will be good. Kind of mathy metal, hardcore, whatever the fuck you want, with a female vocal. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They're signed. They have a tour. They technically don't have a band. I get it. But things that do exist, set up what is the tour you want to do, do a Kickstarter for it. There's a lot of legwork, a lot of back end of figuring that out, and have it kickstarted. At the very least, it's fucking paid for, and you go from there. And you can do, maybe it's a mini tour, maybe it's something very manageable, something local even, like boom, where you are, bam, Nashville, whatever the fucking trifecta thing is. Do that. And you start building up that, and maybe it's not even, it's an internet thing. Dang, you pick one of the social medias and you're like, hey, we're here. Totally real. I bet it would work.
Right. Yeah, worth a shot.
Why not? Okay, I'm going to shut the fuck up. I'm going to give you guys the last 5 minutes of this.
That was like 15.
No, I messaged you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, go.
Go. If you have anything to add, Mike, I don't have anything.
Well, I want to thank you for having me on. I appreciate being on. I know that I'm geeky about some things. I'm not geeky about other things. I'm not really like I am geeky about wrestling, and I am geeky about music, and I don't want to gatekeep geekiness. I think that people can be geeky about anything, and I don't think it has to be a detriment to your personal health. I think it can just be like a thing that you are singularly kind of obsessed with and maybe a little too knowledgeable about, and maybe you know a little too much about the minutia of. There are all kinds of very basic white women that know the minutia of Taylor Swift, and you could call them geeks. They are geeks,
They're
and they are
Swiftie geeks.
They are Swifties, but they are geeks, and God bless them. And the world needs geeks. They're not nerds; they're just geeks. And I'm glad I could share my particular brand of geekiness with you guys. And if you're out there geeking out, God bless you. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's been a pleasure. I just want to close off before I hand it off to Bill.
The devil.
I would like to talk about trends this week, dive deeper as it would be say. The Republican primaries in full swing right now. If you've been studying or listening to mass media in any sort of way, there's something going on there, guys. I don't know what it is, but they're just going around like it's important. I couldn't tell you why.
It's a 13th hour,
Formula One. Formula One is a thing. I don't know why. There must be a big race coming up. People are talking about the NFL.
I just shotgun blasting the trends.
Playoff season.
Who's Jan Pollock?
Pollock?
Is Pollock?
I know who Pollock is.
Jan Pollock?
No.
Apparently, there is a freezing rainstorm happening on the East Coast. I don't know. I would have to look outside. Why are the Lakers trending? I don't know.
They're probably playing basketball.
Why is the Wizards of Waverly Place trending? I don't know. Selena Gomez. It could be her. Law and Order SUV. Why are they trending? I don't know.
If you're a professional wrestling fan, Kazuchika Okada just announced he will be leaving New Japan Pro Wrestling in, I believe, at the end of January. So if you're a wrestling, that's a very big deal in wrestling circles. You guys don't care.
Where is he going?
I don't know. He'll either go to AEW or WWE, but he is the biggest star in Japan.
Wow, that is a big deal. I mean, I know a little bit of fight stuff, like moving venues like that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, he would be a big asset for each company.
Sure. Is it just a bigger audience? Because it seems like Japan would have a pretty big pro wrestling deal.
Well, New Japan is the biggest company in it's obviously the biggest company in Japan, and it's one of the biggest in the world. But WWE is the in the world, so it would
he's
be
moving up to the
just a bigger international audience.
Yeah. Wow. And what's his name?
And more money.
Kazuchika what?
Kazuchika Okada.
Kazuchika Okada.
Yeah.
All right. Ken, you want to roll us out?
Thanks to our Patreons.
Yeah.
Patreons. You guys are great. Nostalgic. Daniel Holker, who was on earlier.
That guy.
He was really good, asked a lot of questions. Thank you to Nostalgic.
Yep.
And also Art Media by Couchfire Media. It's in the title. Twa Replay Productions.
Whoever the fuck they are.
We won't get canceled without them, so just I think I could just say canceled and it'll make Bill laugh. All I have to do is say canceled. Just woke canceled incels.
Oh, come on now. It's 2018 to 24, by the way. Just saying. I'm just.
Oh yeah. Copyright.
It's a new year, dog.
I mean, what is that
next week, next Thursday, Geeky Gamer podcast, 7 p.m. We're gonna try to start on time. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. We got Lucas. What's his last name?
Lucas Fudge. I don't know.
Lucas
his last name.
Fudge.
It's not. That is not his last name. He's actually quite a cool. Like, I've been a fan of his podcast for a long time. He does the Ballad of Seven Dice.
Yeah.
They've been going for quite a bit of time, and they are. He's from Canada, and I felt like that was important to have Canada represent.
Fucking you, catfishing, motherfucker. Canada.
They run some Call of Cthulhu. They run some.
They would.
I think there's a Pathfinder. Like, I don't know what these words mean. But he could teach Bill a thing or two about how to describe a scene. Potentially.
You mean a boat? How I could try it?
how to set up a moment. He's got a really phenomenal voice. He's a very inclusive fellow, and just
sure.
really a swell dude. So before he decides not to join us, I do have to.
Mike, I actually love Canada. I just give it shit for no fucking reason.
I just assumed, I
just give it shit. Canada's great.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Yes, real quick, Mike. I want to get you on, if you're interested, a Monday night Theater of the Mind where you play your Marine guy.
Okay.
Your Space Marine.
Okay.
Yumi and Ken can get down on Discord and create a character and just do a one shot in the campaign. I think it'd be really cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, Ken, I also have an apology to make.
Oh, no.
All right. So Black Lodge Media, Black Lodge Games, excuse me. I contacted them. It turns out, according to them, they did not delete any of my comments. Don't know where the comments went. I don't know if it was an automatic moderation. I don't know if, maybe it's just the YouTube interface and I'm too much of a Luddite to understand it. Not sure. There is a suspect idea there, but regardless of all of that, the fact that they reached out and addressed the situation, I did apologize online, and I said, "Hey, look, maybe it's my error, whatever. Thank you for at least addressing the fact that, these comments were missing." So, Black Lodge Games is okay. The Eye Wizard still calling you out, motherfucker. You want to sit down and talk about some rules light games? Get on the Geeky Gamer podcast and let's rock and roll. Stop hiding behind that screen. Let's have a conversation. Okay, that's all I got.
Is there an apology for like the pejorative term that you used last week?
Which pejorative term? Soy boy?
Soy boy.
Who did I call a soy boy?
Oh, you didn't call anybody. You just used the term.
Oh no, I'm not going to apologize for using that term. If somebody actually has a reason why it's not good to use, I will correct my speech. It's not a common term that I use. In fact, I think I just seen it that day and was like, "Oh yeah, right. The person looks like a soy boy."
Just a stereotype that goes.
And when I say person, it was a non-player character. It was an NPC.
It was a
description. It was a description of an NPC.
But
I think that's silly. To apologize for that.
Well,
Unless if there's a real person who's like, "Hey, look, that offends me because of this, and I think that it warrants an apology," then I would truly consider apologizing for it if it was on that. Otherwise, no, not at all.
Well, that's where we are, and tune in next week to see if we find anybody who gets offended.
If you're
by
offended,
anything.
please jump on our comments, subscribe, like,
message
the
us.
bell, man.
We're available. If anything offends you, please.
Hey, we also have a Patreon. If I offend you, first of all, you can go fuck yourself. Second, we have a Patreon, patreon.com/dreadlore. Go to hell, jump on the Patreon, and then I'll maybe apologize to you.
Yeah. Money will make Bill apologize for just about anything.
About every time. It's actually not true at all. I probably won't. Just ask. How about that? Just ask.
If it's enough money, I'm sure you'll say.
No, I wouldn't.
All I have
In fact, you can test that. Test this with that. I will not apologize for any amount of money.
Ever.
No.
All right. We got some life goals here.
Yep.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all. Bye, Mike. Bye, everybody.